The McAllen Independent School District, which is being held today, Monday, August the 9th, 2021. This meeting has started at 5:06 p.m. It was slated for 5. We apologize for the delay. We are in our Texas Room Staff Development Building at Achieve Early College High School, which is at 1601 North 27th Street, McAllen, Texas, 78501. Public comments are related to the meeting will be handled as follows. Short order, we will be starting to announce. We have 11 people that have signed up for public comment. As you know, public comment's available anytime to be signed up to participate at regular board meetings or special meetings through www.mcallenisd.org/page/public-comments. You can also go to the Board of Trustees site within the application, and there's a hyperlink there as well. So the meeting was called at 5:06. If everybody would please stand, we'll do the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Forina will lead us in invocation, and Trustee Vela will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Loving Father, as we gather at this first meeting of the new academic year, we pray for your guidance. Help us this year to work to the best of our abilities so that all in our care will reach their full potential. May we treat all with the respect and kindness. May our decisions be based on careful consideration and wise choices. Help us to make this school district a community to be proud of, where people feel included and welcomed. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. So everyone will remain standing, face the flag. Gentlemen, if you'll remove your headgear. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you, Trustee Forina and Trustee Vela, for leading us in invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll now proceed to item number 4 on the agenda, which is public comment. The board engages public comments at all board meetings according to board policy BED, local board meetings, public participation, and related district administrative procedures and practices. Persons wanting to make statements to the board are required to register with the superintendent's secretary no later than 1 hour prior to the start of the scheduled meeting. Audience participation in a board meeting is limited to the early stages of the meeting. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussions or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested. Each participant is limited to 2 minutes per meeting to make comments to the board. Trustee Alicedo will be our timekeeper. Whenever you start speaking, that's when your time will start, not until that time, so you'll have time to set up, whatever you need to do, prepare. But once you start speaking, the 2 minutes will start, and then Trustee Alicedo will give you a signal, and after the second signal, I'll have to interrupt you and say your time is up. And that pretty much concludes your time to speak to the board. So unless anybody has any thoughts or questions from the board, we'll now proceed to public comment. Regular board meeting today, Monday, August the 9th, 2021. Our first speaker is Mr. Richard Moore, and his topic will be Dr. Richard Chapa. Mr. Moore. Yes. Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, board, and Mr. Saldivar, I appreciate the time. I'm going to be very brief. First off, I would like to give all of y'all thanks collectively for the service that you all provide, Dr. Gonzalez as well, to our community and the children. I visited with a couple of y'all before the meeting, and I'm very grateful that I'm not sitting in your shoes today dealing with the issues that y'all are dealing with right now, and I wish you all the best as you navigate through the near future. Hopefully it's a short period of time when we get this mess behind us. Yes. That's not why I came here to speak. I understand that the board is going to consider memorializing Dr. Ricardo Chapa in some form. Years ago, the board, when I sat on it at that time, we had the opportunity to deal with that. And for a variety of reasons, I opposed that at that time. Those circumstances have changed, and I'm being a little bit presumptuous by coming here today and assuming that y'all have any interest in how I feel about this issue, but I want to make it clear that I'm a huge fan of Dr. Chapa. I admire how he's lived his life and his commitment and service to our community, in both militarily and education-wise. And I, for one, am supportive of that initiative, and I just wanted to be real clear about that. That's really all I have to say. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank
y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll proceed to our second speaker, which is Ms. Lidia Saavedra. Recognition on behalf of Dr. Ricardo Chapa is her topic.
Mr. President, members of the board, good evening. My name is Lidia Saavedra, a retired educator and citizen of McAllen. I'm here to request that you consider naming a school after Dr. Ricardo Chapa, native Texan, Valleyite, outstanding citizen of the city of McAllen, retired educator from the McAllen ISD. Dr. Chapa is a man who is highly respected by the McAllen community and in the field of education. He is a man of integrity, honesty, and reliability. He is a man of strong conviction who is not only respected, but respectful of all people, treating them with dignity, no matter the age and no matter the walk of life. Dr. Chapa is responsible and goal-driven. He is a man that rolls up his sleeves and works tirelessly to get the work done without giving himself credit. Not only is Dr. Chapa down to earth, but he is witty, a man of humor, yet serious in caring for all the welfare of others. These are characteristics that a person for whom a school is named should possess. Dr. Chapa served McAllen ISD with excellent leadership for about 30 years. He began his service to the district as a bus driver for Navarro School and began his professional career as a fifth grade teacher. He became an assistant principal for 16 years and later was named principal of Zavala. Following his principalship, he worked as the director of Escuela Internacional San Pedrana in Honduras. He returned to the Valley and served as an evaluator at Education Region 1, then worked as Dean of Men at Pan American University. He returned to his beloved McAllen ISD, where he served the district as Assistant Superintendent of Schools for 16 years. Later, Dr. Chapa served as Interim Superintendent for McAllen ISD, PSJA ISD, and Sherilyn ISD. He is a servant of the people. He volunteered to serve his country in the military for 2 terms where he was in the Korean War, and due to his valor, was decorated with a Purple Heart and other distinguished awards. He also serves the city and his church in various
Ms. Saavedra,
organizations.
I'm sorry, you're going to go ahead and wrap up your thought right there, but your time is up.
Mr. President and members of the board, Dr. Chapa is a man of the people and for the people. Please consider naming a school after this man of humility, a man of family, and a man of honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Saavedra. We'll now go to the third speaker, Mr. Pete Romero. His topic will be recognition of Dr. Ricardo Chapa's accomplishments. Mr. Romero.
Thank you for your attendance. And first, I'd like to commend all board members for your time and effort in enhancing the quality of children and youth we have nowadays. I know your constituents may not tell you, but we do appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm a man of not a few words, and it's going to be quite a task to be able to talk about much about Dr. Chapa in 2 minutes. So what I've done is I've devised a chart, and in order for me to expound on some of Dr. Chapa's accomplishments, the R stands for respected. He has always been respected because of what he is and what he has done to the community. Respected. Involvement, he has been involved ever since he was a Boy Scout of 11 years up to 18. When he was 20, he was drafted into the Army. He came back, can you imagine, back into the Army, and then he volunteered to go into the Marines. Wow. That's involvement. Involvement also being in the Kiwanis Club for 40 years, in the Setter Club, a church organization, for over 30 years, and he was also a board member just like you. The C stands for character, impeccable. The A stands for amiable, amicable, affable, all A's. Recipient, he was recipient when he was in Korea, he was wounded. Remember, he served in the Army and then came back and joined the Marines. He was a recipient of the Purple Heart. And the Purple Heart is given to people that are wounded in action. And at the same time, though, he came back a couple of years ago, he worked with with a Colonel Plummer in establishing the war memorial monuments that are currently on South 23rd. Now, you need to go because it's outstanding. They spend a lot of time. So this is part of his involvement, Dr. Ricardo Chapa. Decisive. He's always been very decisive in all the things that he has done. In other words, very accountable, sort of unquestionable. Open, very open, because if you ever have a chance to talk to him, he, at the same time, is open to what you have to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romero, you were correct. The 2 minutes are up. So go ahead and wrap up your thoughts real quick, but your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, charitable, honest, impeccable, accountable, pleasant, and at last, what I have is an exemplary man, father, husband, patriot, and citizen who has done well for his community. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Eugene Gutierrez. Again, his topic is honoring Dr. Ricardo Chapa. Mr. Gutierrez.
It's so great to be here with you, people who are very educated, educational minded. You're doing a great job in running the schools. I'm very proud of McAllen's educational goals. I was once a member of this school district. I put in 30 years. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Shall I start over again? Can I get credit for that time?
Yes, you get credit. You get credit.
I'm just joking. No, this is a great honor for me to be relating my feelings about Dr. Chapa. I have known Dr. Chapa since 1954. I had just been promoted to a principal, and Richard and his wife, new wife at that time, came to meet me, and ever since I've met Richard, he's one of the greatest persons, socially, religiously, and a very good person when you need help. Dr. Chapa really went from the bottom of the ring of education to the top. He was a very amicable person, very friendly, and by the way, also he was one of my teachers. I hired him and his wife in 1954 for the McAllen School District. So I have great admiration because of his honesty, his concern for people, and I think that whatever can be done to recognize a great person like that, it certainly will be appreciated. And so I would like to say one more item. Dr. Chapa and I are rivals, military rivals. Since he was in the Marines, I told him, well, Richard, you know, to become a Marine, it doesn't take too much. But to become a Special Forces man, out of 100 applicants, only 3 make the score. So I kid him like that, and he didn't like that comparison. But anyway, I hope that you will consider a great person. It'll be a great honor for him and his family to recognize such a wonderful person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez, and thank you for your service as well to our country. We'll now go to number 5, Laura Trevino Gutierrez, and Ms. Gutierrez's topic will be COVID. Ms. Gutierrez.
Tell me when.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Laura Gutierrez. I live in Palmhurst, but I have children here in the district. And I'm speaking to you today as a concerned parent and grandparent who cares deeply about this community. And I'm here to advocate for them. And I'm not afraid to speak truth because one day I will have to stand before God. I am most certain that you also care about yourself, your family, and your community. So I have some questions you should look into for the sake of our families. Do you know that the Texas Teachers Retirement Fund is deeply invested in Pfizer and Moderna? Do you know that the contents of what is in the experimental injections? I'm not a medical doctor nor a scientist, but I can tell you what these pharma companies have said about their own injections. I found that they were released under emergency use authorization only. This enabled pharma manufacturers to open the door to the vast American market and reap billions of dollars in profit by exploiting the fears of American people, our children. In the first quarter alone, Pfizer and Moderna earned close to $6 billion in revenues. And how were they able to do this, you ask? They silenced and censored doctors and scientists who dared to speak about life-saving treatments such as ivermectin, HCQ, and azithromycin. Do you know that they are not approved by the FDA? They are inadequately tested, experimental, and contain dangerous biological agents that cause greater harm than the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which is basically the flu. And don't take my word for it, you can look it up yourself. According to data taken from defendants from VAERS Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, 99% of all deaths attributed to vaccines in the first quarter of 2021 are linked to COVID-19, whereas only 1% are linked to all other vaccines. These lethal injections have also caused extremely dangerous medical complications, among them myocarditis, miscarriages, irregular menstrual periods, blood clots, strokes, vascular damage, and autoimmune disease. Did you know that when you sign the dotted line to receive these injections, that the pharmaceutical companies are not liable for what happens to us? How much money did McAllen ISD receive to promote this on their campuses? Is a child's life worth only an Xbox? So this is your official notice of liability. You are not a medical professional, and therefore you are unlawfully practicing medicine by prescribing, recommending, and using coercion to insist on the experimental treatment.
Your time is
I hereby
up.
notify all school staff, school board members, and
Excuse me,
executive
Mr.
and
Gutierrez.
other adults who may have access to our children while under their care. There includes the assistance
Gutierrez.
of outside school staff or contractors such as public health nurses or health officials. You may be held personally and criminally liable
Please,
for
Ms.
any
Gutierrez,
injuries
your
and
time
deaths.
is up.
Thank you. Thank you for your generous 2 minutes. All of the school boards give 5 minutes. And that is why I spoke so quickly. I want to thank you for your time, but 2 minutes, I'm sorry, it is ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. We'll now go to speaker number 6, which is Mary Botello. And this is also speaking, her topic is recognition of Dr. Ricardo Chapa.
Yes. I'm very happy to be here. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Mary Botello. I am the former administrator of Comfort House Services, Casa de Consuelo, here in McAllen. I also have a lot of words, so I had to write it down. I timed myself. Okay. I first heard of Dr. Ricardo Chapa around the late 50s at the dinner table, hearing my dad speak of him. They were both in a men's church group that was working on bringing a Christian Catholic retreat movement called the Cursillos from Monterrey, Mexico to South Texas. My dad spoke of Dr. Chapa's skills, courage, patience, his commitment to his country, the city of McAllen, his family, and his deeply rooted faith. As the years passed, I have seen firsthand each and every one of those values and traits in action. He has been a silent hero through his participation in numerous organizations, committees, or agencies like Comfort House that help others in the community. He has been a role model to many, many people, with his focus being mainly on the children, through education and asking nothing in return. He always has left any situation that he encounters better than when he found it. Through his numerous roles during his lifetime, he performed them with dignity, humility, and respect, aiming to leave better, a future for the next generation. His dedication and services to the city and schools of McAllen have been served well by this loyal citizen. He has given his all selflessly to the education of our children. You know, teach them how to fish. I thank the esteemed McAllen Board of Trustees that are here tonight for what they live and do as well, and ask them to seriously consider avenues to show appreciation to Dr. Chapa
Mrs.
for
Boteo.
his outstanding contributions to the children and schools of McAllen, Texas.
Ms. Boteo, I'm
Thus
sorry, your time is up.
encouraging-
Go ahead and wrap it up real quick.
Thus encouraging others to continue that type of service that must continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boteo. Thank you. You were there. It's close. Speaker number 7 is Arthur Flores. The topic of Mr. Flores is school mask policy, why students should not be required or recommended to mask wear. Mr. Flores. All right. These are copies for all board members? No, I just have one copy, so you want us to pass it? Okay. Is it for us to keep? Is it for us to keep?
If you will use it.
Yes, I mean, that's the reason I'm asking. All right. And your time has not started, Mr. Flores, until you start speaking.
My name is Arturo Flores. I'm a retired teacher. I've been retired about 10 years. I worked for a short time in McAllen, in Edinburgh, and PSJA. I'm concerned about both students and their parents. Mr. Salivar, I hope we can also give me extra time because I want to introduce a comment to you, sir. My name is Arturo Flores. My father's name was Arturo Flores. I know your father. My father was a good friend of him, Sam Saldivar, and they were both members of the Order of Alhambra, as are you. My father was also Knights of Columbus, and he would never be able to make his words made known in this kind of a forum in 2 minutes. So that's why I'm going to ask for a little bit more time. 2 minutes seems to be an insult, and I hate to use that word. It's a disrespect to people, parents, and concerned citizens to be able to properly make their points and their concerns known. If I were to show up at State Farm Insurance and wanted to tell my claim to your father, and he told me I had only 2 minutes, I would walk out. So I'm not, you all do a great job, but I'm saying that what Ms. Gutierrez, I'm sorry, mentioned is completely true. I saw a video this morning of somebody, very powerful person in California. They gave him 1 minute to speak. It's not possible. Also, if members do not ask and are not allowed to be asked questions, that's not what Plato and Socrates told us, and that's not what I learned as an educator to do a good job. We need to be able to ask questions. Dr. Gonzalez, last month from Sharyland, spent 7 minutes talking about the Sharyland prayer walk That was great. His prayer walk is in Sharyland, and he was allowed 7 minutes, and there were questions and answers. Is that correct, sir? You don't, from last month?
Are you asking me, Mr. Flores?
Yes, sir.
I don't know the time, Mr. Flores, but this is your 2 minutes,
Yes.
so I cannot engage in your time, so
Okay.
it's your time, so.
When parents go to the stores like Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, or Lowe's to buy a box of face masks, they will buy a box like this box.
Mr. Flores, your 2 minutes are up, so if you want to go ahead and wrap it up, your time is up.
I'm on the first sheet there. I'll try to wrap it up quickly. This box has very small type. You're going to need a magnifying glass to read what's on the box. Basically, these different products that you can buy, they are face masks, and they have very small type. They all say pretty much the same thing. First one says, these masks are not intended for medical use. Next one. On the next one,
Mr.
this
Flores,
one you can buy at Amazon.
I am so sorry, sir, but I must abide by the rules.
Sir, 7 minutes last month to one person from Sharyland, promoting a Sharyland project. It won't take long. I'm almost through.
Mr. Flores, Mr. Flores.
I can come back 3 times and not even finish this, which I
Mr.
could do in 5 minutes.
Mr. Flores, if I give you 1 minute, and
Okay.
that's.
I'll do it. I'll do 1 minute.
Okay?
Yes,
There's
sir.
a reason for this, but this is not the time for that discussion. So if I give you 1 minute, would you,
Where-
and we call the time,
Where would be a better time?
Well, you and I can visit at any time at your convenience. I'm retired, so you tell me when you have
I'm
time.
retired too.
But at this time, this is a public comment, so you are entitled to speak. I cannot interrupt you. The board will not interrupt you. We cannot engage in that discussion. This is per board policy and per, what is required of us as board members. So you have 1 minute right now. Trustee Alicedo is our board secretary, but you must promise me, sir, that you will stop when I tell you to.
Yes, sir.
Your 1 minute is up.
I will.
Thank you,
I
sir.
will. A question is asked on this next slide, will these masks prevent transmission of COVID-19? The answer was no, and they mentioned COVID-19. The next slide. This respirator is not guaranteed to protect against risk of contracting a disease or infection, nor reduce, I think the next slide, nor reduce the risk of illness or death. In Canada, these gray-blue masks were recalled because there was a potential of toxic material in those masks. Daycare educators were suspicious because they felt like they were swallowing cat hair while wearing them. These are regular masks. These are regular masks. The next ones I'm talking about are an N95, which you've heard are better quality, supposed to help you better, cost more. The next slide says that Respirator Plus, which is their brand, does not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection, and it also says they are non-sterile. The next one, on the box it says, small print, not
Your
for
time is
medical
up.
use.
Mr. Flores, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Failure to properly use and maintain this product could result in injury or death on the mask. This respirator is not guaranteed to protect against contracting a disease or infection.
Mr. Flores,
That's it.
we had
That's it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you'd like to send,
These pictures I took myself at Home Depot, Lowe's, and Walmart, Costco. This box I bought at Costco. I'm going to return it. You know why? It doesn't do any good.
okay.
Doesn't do any good.
The PowerPoint that you've left us with, we will share that amongst the board members so we can review it.
I'll be glad to.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Our next public speaker is number 8 is Mr. Miguel Escobar, and his topic is COVID. Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Just a second, we're going to get it set
Can
up.
everybody hear me?
Just let him know, just a second.
Just 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Escobar, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mr. Escobar, I don't know if you know, but you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes of your time to speak to the
Yes,
board
sir.
of any concern you may have. Trustee Aliceda is doing the time, and she will let you know when your time is up, okay? So whenever you start speaking, your 2 minutes will begin.
Yes.
You may start, Mr. Escobar.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Escobar. I'm a physician assistant that works in the Valley. I'm a concerned parent and a concerned medical provider. And although I did not know Dr. Chapas, he sounds like a very great man and a great patriot. And it just ponders me what he would think to see the medical tyranny that is going on not only in this county, but in this country. The fact that our elected officials and our board members think that they're all doctors and think that by watching the TV that they're all of a sudden know what is best for the health of our children. And when they sit here and act like they're doing everything to protect our children, when in fact it is the opposite. Our children, never in our history before have they been more illiterate, never have they been more socially awkward, never have they fallen more into depression, never have they fallen more into domestic abuse, never have they fallen into drugs, and worse, suicide. By closing the schools, by making these ridiculous mandates, by making them wear masks that do not work, by making them feel awkward because they can't touch each other, is doing nothing but bringing them down to the floor. And if I ask this board to provide me with the information of how many children died in your district, it's 0. What exactly are you trying to protect them from when in the United States of America, 400 kids have died, which all of them were severely ill? Many studies have shown that 0 healthy kids die of COVID. But guess how many kids have died for depression and suicide? Thousands. 5 times more than the previous year. What exactly can you tell me are you protecting our children from? Because I cannot seem to understand that. And I have all of the information to show you this.
Mr. Escobar, your time is up.
My email is Miguel A. Escobar 55@gmail.com. I have yet to have one board member email me because they do not care for our children. So you need to wake up, people, or God is going to judge you. Thank you for your time. 2 minutes is ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar. The next speaker, speaker number 9, is Jason Mangum, and his topic is health. Mr. Mangum.
Mangum.
All right, thank you. Thank you. My apologies. Yes, sir, when you're
Good
ready.
evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jason Mangum. I'm 4th generation McAllen. My great-grandfather is one of the founding fathers and served on as the first commission there was as a charter city. And we helped build McAllen ISD. And I am standing here today as a parent, and I'm very disappointed in the leadership that has been exhibited with these mask mandates, as well as the encouragement, constant barrage of texting over getting an experimental injection. My son was a starting varsity center for the Elite 8 on many occasions because he was a force to wear a mask, but because he had a heart that he wanted to win and make McAllen known and put him on the map. His lungs literally were at the point of collapsing. And you call that safety. He was playing against teams that were not wearing masks right here from the state of Texas. And so I'm here as a very concerned because as a pastor, I have to deal with the issues of the kids that want to commit suicide. I have to deal with the issues of what's going on in our community where you could see people that are suffering. I'm sorry for the loss of life. I have a big heart. But at the same token, people are misinformed and they are lining up to get an experimental drug without being educated about it. And the kids are being pressured by their parents who do not want the vaccine. They're calling for the school to mandate it. They're calling for parents to sign over authority to give the schools the right to vaccinate. We have a problem here. It's time to see leadership, not to do what you've been told by the CDC or the health department, but to be a leader and do what is right for the community. The people are tired. And I saw how it affected my son and how he has pressure of all his friends and others. I mean, we see people where they've literally,
Mr. Mangum,
they've
your
all
time
been
is up.
vaccinated, yet they've gotten COVID. And I'm wrapping up with this. I apologize. I'm a pastor, and I can go on. But I will just say this, is we know people who they were vaccinated and got COVID, and people that were not vaccinated in the same group didn't get COVID. So anyway, thank you for your time. We appreciate your service, but it's time to wake up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangum. Thank you. We'll now proceed to speaker number 10, Clarissa Riojas. Ms. Riojas' topic is resolution of the board requiring mask use in the schools, local authority for the 2021-2022 school year. Mrs. Riojas.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, we, the McAllen American Federation of Teachers, together with the Texas AFT, are calling on the MISD School Board to adopt the resolution titled Resolution of the Board regarding mask use in schools for the 2021-2022 school year. This resolution, similar to many being discussed by districts throughout the state, calls on Governor Greg Abbott and Commissioner of Education Mike Morath to prioritize safety by allowing school districts to exercise local control and make decisions in the best interest of their respective communities. The Delta variant of COVID-19, more transmissible and contagious, continues to spread through Texas and puts students and staff at risk, including the millions of school children under age 12 who currently cannot be vaccinated. Just this past week, news reported that an 11-month-old child had to be airlifted to a hospital 150 miles away because ICU beds in COVID are currently at capacity. I do not need to remind you of what our community experienced in 2020 at the height of the pandemic. I also don't need to remind you about the precarious situation that Texas public schools are in. Look no further than the McAllen ISD Facebook page. Parents are scared. They are leaving. Enrollment is decreasing. Families are leaving the district to homeschool or to charters offering virtual academies. MISD cannot be afraid to take a stand to show parents and employees that they are willing to fight for children. Last year, we saw that communities were differently impacted by COVID-19. This resolution asks you to stand and demand choice. If our situation worsens, our districts want to be able to make the decisions necessary to protect our children and community. School districts such as HISD, AISD, and PSJA are already starting to become more vocal about the need for choice. I'd like to end with, this sentiment does not represent our community, and I think that you know. So thank you for your time. I can also provide sources for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Riojas. Well, now speaker number 11 is Mario Gamas. The topic is back to school and vaccinations. Mr. Gamas.
Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to express our opinions. I am a pastor of a local church for the last almost 20 years. I've been living in McAllen for 25 years. I used to be proud of this city, of the school district where my kids grew up. I was proud. Today I'm embarrassed. And forgive me by not being able to contain my emotions, but I cannot be emotionless when I hear some of the things that I just heard. I am very concerned to see how McAllen ISD is dictating to us, the parents and grandparents, how our children's and grandchildren's, they're gonna act, they're gonna dress, and they're gonna be in school this year again. The teachers, the school employees, the nurses, the media keep saying that we have a choice to wear masks and to be vaccinated, but the truth is we don't. We don't have a choice, because if our children show up in the school without a mask, they get face treatment. If I go to the school, I get face treatment by everybody in the school. Why? Because I have chosen to be free of whatever regulation you want us to be under. Your job as a school district, is to ensure that our kids learn. And I'm going to emphasize, learn academics. My job is to protect my children's, their health, and everything else. It's not your job to protect my children's and grandchildren's. I've been pastoring for a long time, I can tell you. Sometimes people like in your position have no idea what we're dealing here with. You just go by whatever you hear on TV. I just beg you to stop the fear-mongering. Stop the fear-mongering that you guys play for the last 15 months.
Mr. Gamas, your time is up.
I'm sorry. You ruined our kids for the last 15 months. And some people are trying to ruin this school year again. And I just heard a comment right now that I'm
sorry, Mr. Comment. If you could go and wrap it up.
Hidalgo County is trying to shut down the schools tonight. That is totally unacceptable. What authority do they have to shut down the schools again? And you know what it really concerns me? You're going to let them get away with it. You used to work for us. Now it seems that we are working for you. And that is wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. This will conclude the public comment portion of the board meeting for this evening. We'll now proceed to item number 5. This is a recess into closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we reorganize the agenda and bring up item 14C1 as our next item for discussion.
Second.
Possible action.
14C1.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee Vela. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a trustee by Trustee Suarez. So we'll now bring up 14C1. It's the motion is to reorganize the agenda. All in favor of reorganizing the agenda, bringing up 14C1, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. We'll now proceed to 14C1. Give me a second. Please excuse me. 14C1 is approval of intent to name the board room located in the administration building at 2000 North 23rd Street, McAllen, Texas. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This item is to announce the intent to name a McAllen ISD boardroom located at the administration building at 2000 North 23rd Street, McAllen, Texas. And Ms. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for District Operations, will provide more information, and administration is recommending action on this item. Ms. Benavides?
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Yes, I wanted to present to the board the policy that we have regarding the naming of facilities. It was also included as part of the packet. And if the board so chooses to move forward with this item, we have some proposed timelines around this that would follow board policy. Are there any questions regarding the policy itself that we can cover?
I just have a comment, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, Trustee Suarez.
And this is for, I know there's several people here who have come to speak on behalf of a certain individual. And I know I've received phone calls, as everyone on the board has received phone calls. And if it was as easy as just to snap our fingers and name it after someone that you so desired, and I think that someone that's well-deserved, it would have been done weeks ago. But there is a process, and sometimes that process takes longer than people would like for it to take. So at no time has any board member that I've been aware of ever commented and said that we should name it after a certain individual. No one has ever said that we should look into it. What has been said was that if we're going to move forward with this, we have to do it in the correct manner. And that is why the process has taken longer than what many might think it does take. So it's not just to bring it upon the board and vote on it. There's a process involved, and every single board member here knows what that process is. I think we all know that after this, there is a committee formed. After the committee is formed, and the timeline is there. So your voices, everyone here who has spoken for a certain individual or has called us, your voice has been heard. And we are following with the procedures. And I just wanted to make that very clear. At no time did any board member ever say that we shouldn't move forward. The only comment that was made was it has to be done in the proper fashion. And that's just the main comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Suarez. There is a recommendation of action. Does anybody want to make a motion or any other comments?
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Suarez, second by Trustee Vela, that the Board of Trustees approve the intent to name the boardroom located in the Administration Building at 2000 North 23rd Street, McAllen, Texas. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
We now open the door to the formation of a committee that actually advertises for names to be submitted to that committee and consideration by the committee for a recommendation to be brought to the board.
Yes, sir. And following CW local policy, you're correct.
That's correct. All right. That according to board policy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. And under board policy, the committee is usually selected by the board president, but in this, I think we all should participate. So I look forward to hearing from each one of you a name that you wish to serve on the committee. And then at the next board meeting, we'll announce it. That will be ample time for the nominations to still be being circulated. And probably nominations would have closed at that point. If the board so chooses, that would be the process I suggest. If there's no disagreement, then we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it 6-0. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. And for the record, I appreciate Trustee Vela for bringing this item as an actionable item on tonight's agenda.
And then, Mr. President, if I may,
Yes.
with regards to the timeline, just to tie up the logistics around this, we have an opportunity to bring this back to the board on September 27th or October 12th, depending on how much time we want to give the committee to review. In the first option, we're giving the committee about 2 weeks. In the second option, we give them about 4 weeks to review this information. So at the will of the board, we'll select a timeline that is most convenient.
Just to help the administration, and feel free to, if you want to see it a different way, I think given the circumstances that have been expressed here today, and we all are watching very closely, is probably given the most time as possible would probably be the fair. And I'm aiming for August 30th, our next board meeting, scheduled board meeting is Monday, August 30th, is that correct? Yes. I'm hoping by then maybe we'll have the committee named if possible, and again, if the board is able to do that. Is that fair, Trustee
Mr.
Vela?
President, yes. I think the thing that takes the most time is the advertising. We advertise obviously on our web pages and print media for recommendations. Nominations for this particular facility. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think we're all in agreement. As from what I'm sensing is that the longer the better. So in other words, if the 30-day falls, let's give them a little bit more time than that for the item to be reviewed by the committee and not rush it, so to speak.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, board, for your direction in this regard. Any other items you wish to reorganize or do at this time? Hearing none, we'll now proceed back to item number 5, recess to closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 5A, Human Resource Recommendations for School Year 2021-2022. 5B, Human Resource Employee Resignations for School Year 2020-2021. 5C, Human Resource Employee Resignations for School Year 2021-2022. 5D, pending and or potential litigation, and 5E, possible real estate acquisition. So at this time, at 5:56 PM, the Board of Trustees is recessed into closed session. Thank you. We're reconvening from closed session. The time now is 6:27 PM. For the record, no action or votes were taken while in closed session. This is a regular meeting of the Board of Trustees in the McAllen Independent School District, which is being held Monday, August the 9th, 2021. This meeting started at 5:06 PM this afternoon. We're at Texas Art Texas Staff Development Building at Achieve Early College High School, which is at 1601 North 27th Street, McAllen, Texas, 78501. We appreciate everybody's patience, and for those of you watching us on your mobile devices, well, we're now back, and thank you as well for your patience while we convene. We'll now proceed to item number
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for a reorg of the agenda.
Okay.
And bring forth item 12B6, the report regarding Quinta Mazatlan outdoor learning space.
Thank you. We have a motion by trustee Forinas, second by trustee Vela. All in favor signify reorganizing to bring up 12B6 at this time, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 5-0. We'll proceed now, Dr. Gonzalez, to 12B6. Give me a minute. This is report regarding Quinta Mazatlan outdoor learning space. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Tonight, we have a report on an outdoor learning space sponsored by the City of McAllen, Quinta Mazatlan, and we have Ms. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for District Operations, who will provide a report. This item is for information purposes only. Mrs. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We have representatives here from the Quinta Mazatlan, and we are excited to hear their report.
Yes, can I begin?
Yes, sir, Dr. Gerling.
Do I have more than 2 minutes?
Yes, sir. It's not public comment, so you have more than 2 minutes.
And my opening remarks is, I really appreciate y'all, all your time, effort, what you do. Thank you very much. I think you do a grand job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Saldivar, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez, and guests. My name is Dr. John Gerling, Quinta Mazatlan board member, and also co-chair with Valerie Pisen for the Urban Ecology. Thank you for inviting us back to present on the expansion project at Quinta. And right here, you're going to see a slide here, the creation of the UTRGV Center for Urban Ecology and proposed McAllen ISD Discovery Center will provide students an amazing outdoor learning environment, integrating traditional and non-traditional methods of teaching and learning. We are developing outdoor classrooms. Now, if you look at the slide up here, that rectangle that's at the 11 o'clock position there, that is recently acquired property. The City of McAllen purchased it, and that is where the outdoor classrooms are going to be, the Discovery Center. And so we're developing outdoor classrooms on 5 new acres at Quinta Mazatlan for learning enrichment for ages K through 12 and beyond. MISD students will be able to engage in hands-on scientific methods in the field, working on real-world projects on an actual university campus with UTRGV. I sincerely believe we have a historic educational opportunity to create the best center for urban ecology in the nation, involving and inspiring MISD students at a young age. We will also be showcasing the leadership of MISD regarding the creation of innovative learning tools in a time when our students need them the most. Most importantly, these educational amenities are going to be around for years to come. We're here to stay. Urban ecology will be increasing in importance as the human population grows and exerts a greater effect on the rest of nature. My favorite quote concerning ecology is an Osage Indian saying, "We don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children." We want our children and grandchildren to enjoy the same pristine environment we have all enjoyed on this planet. We wish to create a generation of students with strong leadership skills and be well-versed in sustainable practices in ecology. Further, we hope to inspire other ecology centers across the nation that may follow our unique educational approach, partnering a leading university and the leading school district in McAllen. I would like now to invite fellow board member up to discuss the value of MISD students interacting with and learning from UTRGV professors and students. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Parwinder Graywal, the Executive Vice President for Research, Graduate Studies, and very importantly, new program development at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. So Dr. Graywall, please.
I'm really very pleased to be here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for all what you do. I got great appreciation for you. I know you have full-time jobs, but this is some service that you do. We appreciate it. So what I want to share today is what we are engaged in for building a unique national model at Kinta Mazatlan as an urban ecology center. It is focused on these particular grand global challenges that we all face. These are the challenges that we know the society is facing all around the world. If you really think about it, all these challenges have solutions in urban areas because that's where people live, that's where inventions occur, that's where the need is in terms of the energy and all of the resources that we need, the food and everything else. So therefore, focusing on urban ecology is the key to move the society, the world forward. Next slide, please. So this is the urban ecosystem that we are talking about. It is a recent term that the city, the built environment is now called an ecosystem because the living things also are part of it, starting with human beings. Next slide, please. So the United Nations have come up with these 17 different goals to address sustainable development all around the world. That includes poverty. It's all not just about biodiversity. It is much beyond that. Next slide, please. So our vision, together with the city of McAllen, is to build a national model in urban ecology. It's a unique partnership, and that's what we want to show the world, that city and a university can work together to develop such a program that focuses on sustainable development in the region. It will be unique research and education and community engagement opportunities created at the center. Our goal is also for the center to become an international model for research and education tourism, where people from all over the world come here to study and develop new educational programs. And to become a national model for K-12 engagement. This will be unique hands-on learning for our K-12 students at all levels, with not only staff at Kinta Mazatlan, but university professors, graduate students, undergraduate students fully engaged. For us, it is a satellite center, satellite campus of UTRGV. It's a unique thing that we are building here. There's so much interest from our faculty. I sent an email out about 2 weeks ago to find out how many faculty members would like to offer programs or conduct research in this area. I received over 45 research interests. And this next week, we are going to be giving them the opportunity to share their projects with us so that we can go after National Science Foundation funding for different projects, research, and education. Next slide, please. So these are some really cutting-edge research ideas in which we will be engaged at the center. Our faculty, including the School of Medicine faculty, have shown interest, and they will do all these different kinds of projects using Kinta Mazatlan as a site, either as a control for nature or as a main site for all kinds of fundamental research activities. All of these are research-oriented. Next slide, please. And also, we will offer our courses that needs hands-on learning, place-based learning. All those courses from various colleges would be offered at the center using the classroom that we're building and the larger conference center that there will be. We will also be bringing conferences here on the center now that we have a hotel close by. So think about how the city of McAllen will start to boom. It will become an economic engine of a unique type for the city. Next slide, please. These are the community engagement activities that includes from K through 12 and general public. Many different opportunities that our faculty and graduate students and students will create in collaboration with Kinta Mazatlan staff. And if you look at these are mostly focused on unleashing sustainable development movement in the region. We are a growing region, we are developing, we are expanding, and this is where we need to be focusing on sustainable development as well. We are building unique types of labs, interactive science labs. That means faculty will be doing research there, and our students, K through 12 students, would be able to interact with them, do the work with them as well. And we will also hold different types of symposia, and one faculty member have proposed that they will build a maker space for community sustainable innovation. That means any community member, any student from K through 12 or local public can come in and learn, bring in their idea. Faculty will help them create that physically. This is coming from engineering, design something, and they can run with it thereafter. This is all I have to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Grail. This is Colleen with Quinta Mazatlan, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Gonzalez, and guests. Our goal is to build a bridge with the best partners to create innovative education for our students, to explore, research, and use new tools that will address problems and challenges of today. We view this as a superfecta of 4 great partners: City of McAllen, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, and we are proposing a partnership with the McAllen ISD, and that's a pretty powerful superfecta. It's a team synergy where we will have an opportunity to be together at the table. All these programs that Dr. Grayall mentioned with UTRGV, we have an opportunity to develop curriculum and majors designed around these opportunities, specific and unique to MISD, as you are part of the trifecta and have this synergy opportunity. Next slide. In addition to the Center for Urban Ecology that has these indoor science labs, and there's a lot of indoor teaching spaces, this is the 5-acre outdoor educational school. There are many learning pods here. There's an ethnobotanical garden, a leadership low ropes course, a sensory garden, the creative metaphor for the Rio Grande River, the 1900-mile river that will be the quarter-mile walk, with educational materials, with a partnership with McAllen Public Utility as well. So there's the indoor educational opportunity and then the tremendous outdoor educational opportunity as well. Next slide. We recognize the importance of a strong visual identity for McAllen ISD and the impact it can have on your business in sustaining and building enrollment. You know, there's a lot of competition today with private and charter schools, and this project will help exemplify the progressive leadership of McAllen ISD. So here is a rendering of a possible monument sign at the entrance to the 5-acre outdoor educational school. It is designed to be interactive, where there will be seating on both sides, so school groups and families will all come and sit around both sides of this sign. Obviously, there will be tremendous marketing in all we do regarding the McAllen ISD Discovery Center, and the partnership opportunities of discounted fees, you know, for partnerships and other things that can be addressed in the MOU with board leadership and legal leadership in terms of the synergy with our partners. this project is shovel-ready. We have been working on it for 6 years. Pre-design services began in 2018. We are now at the construction and bidding phase with an opening plan for 2023. So we feel McAllen ISD students will benefit for years to come with this amazing facility, but also this amazing partnership, again, with our superfecta and our University of Texas partnership and our MISD partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for?
Trustee Vela.
If I may, you mentioned a lot of our students go through their own field trips and different activities at Quinta. How many other school districts bring their kids over there? And is it maybe at the level that we're at, or can you give us some insight on that, please?
So McAllen ISD is presently a leader in that every third, fifth, seventh, and high school science class comes out here. We, of course, would like to take this to another level and develop curriculum, specific to MISD. It's not just a field trip. It's not just the generic product that your students are going to receive. I think that's the beauty of this team synergy, is to develop something really unique. I know you're bringing on a lot of experts, and you have a lot of experts on board, and so let's meet with Dr. Goyal and his team and his 45 professors and really develop something very unique for McAllen ISD students.
Other school districts also go there, right?
Yes, other school districts do attend, and it's not a school contract, so it doesn't have the same impact. I feel that MISD receives.
All right, and this superfecta partnership would be exclusive to McAllen ISD, is that correct?
Yes, it allows for the team synergy and for us to meet and develop something custom for McAllen ISD.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, Trustee Vela. Any other questions? Trustee Suarez.
I have some questions. If I come across rude, I'm not being rude. I'm just going to ask questions more just because I don't know a lot of the project and I don't know what the interaction is going to be. So please do not take offense to any of these questions. I'm just going to be real direct about them. Is this project just waiting on MISD funding, or is the completion date going to open 2023 no matter what?
So we are at a 75% level and looking for a partner to bring us home.
Sure. Okay. So I've spoken to some other board members that have reached out to me, and it's apparent that after, you're wanting McAllen ISD to have some form of commitment. After that, are you going to entertain commitments from surrounding districts?
MISD, we are McAllen based, and we are concreted in McAllen in our partnerships with McAllen ISD. As shared with Mr. Vela, other schools can book, and the facility is open to the general public. But this would be the trifecta, or
Right.
the superfecta.
So there's not going to be other school, you're not going to ask other school districts to contribute funds for this project?
Not in this partnership team.
Okay. Okay, so my next question is this more of a learning experience or an educational experience? And the reason why I ask this question is we sit here as board members and we make decisions on the investments that we make. And so my question is, does our team know the investment that we make, that we're going to put forward, how this, I know that your team already knows how they would want to implement our kids, but has there been communication with our school district on how it would be part of a curriculum now? I know we have the ideas, but have those ideas, and I don't know that's a question for Dr. Gonzalez. I mean, have we have that well thought out on how it's going to work? There's a blueprint?
Yes, sir. One thing that we do know is that the state has already established our curriculum. So around the sciences, chemistry, biology, general science at the middle school, we already have our scope and sequence. What we believe this learning space will do in working in conjunction with UTRGV is it will develop a situation now where we can make the learning experience more authentic. We have the outdoor learning space. We have the connection to the sustainable development and the urban ecology center, the connection to the university professors, the connection to the medical school, the connection to the research. So we would essentially be adding more heat, more higher order thinking, more engagement, more authenticity, more technology, and creating this partnership and a pipeline, not only to the urban ecology center, but also to the medical school, and putting our kids in a position to be competitive and putting our district in a position to be in a world-class environment with a world-class university that's committed. So with regard to the curriculum, it's established. This would just be enriching the experience, unlike anything we've ever seen.
Okay, and that's kind of the question I wanted to know. So that is what this money in the investment's going to do for our children, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so my next question is, that's not going to be the same thing offered to other districts that don't put this kind of investment in here, right? I mean, for them, it's going to be a field trip, go look at the McAllen picture, go look at the beautiful, rivers and take beautiful pictures with butterflies, but they're not going to get the educational experience that McAllen ISD is going to get. Am I correct?
It's going to be a unique product developed by MISD in partnership with the team, correct?
I am very privileged to pick up the phone and call anyone here, and they'll have that answer. I'm asking the question for the person that doesn't have that, and that's why I'm asking these questions. And so when they ask me, Mr. Suarez, why would you approve this? I would say because our kids at McAllen ISD are going to get something that no other kid's going to get. And I just want to be able, I want to make sure that I can say that. I don't want surrounding districts and our competitors to be able, with our investment, to get the same benefits. And I know it's all about the kids. I get it. And if that was the case, then everybody should put their money in there, not just McAllen ISD. So right now I fight for the kid at McAllen ISD, and that's why I'm asking these questions. I think that's why I'm a little bit passionate about why I'm asking these questions, because I want an answer to convince every taxpayer that their money that we're going to invest in this project is for the kids that attend McAllen ISD, and I just want to be assured that that's going to happen.
I have no doubt that we'll create, even more so than what we have now, innovative curriculum to address these opportunities before us for McAllen ISD, and you will not see another ISD monument sign at the Discovery Center or at the Center for Urban Ecology.
Okay. And I'm sure once we get to that, all that will be in writing. Right?
Yes, sir.
We're all agreeing here. We're doing good. Okay. Well, then, if that is all that's true, then my last question I don't have to answer about why is it exclusive and how do we recruit kids? Because no doubt in my mind, if this is what this is for and it's to enhance the education of kids from McAllen ISD, there's no reason why parents in surrounding districts wouldn't want their kids at our school district.
I also know that McAllen ISD will be booked first, and that could be a huge chunk of the availability with 20,000 plus students. That's the calendar for the year, so it is a tremendous opportunity. And McAllen ISD will have the first bookings, and then obviously as a team member. However, the MOU is developed in terms of discounted fees as well in that partnership, working together.
So, okay, so you said something, and this is what I'm confused about. So you said McAllen ISD is booked. So these other districts are booking more for a field trip. When we're booking, we're in there learning. That's going to be the difference. Am I correct?
I think the curriculum will be unique to MISDs. and working with UTRGV in terms of whether it's ecology, science, STEM, if there's going to be a leadership graduate opportunity. All of those will be unique to McAllen ISD.
You've answered
Okay.
perfect and longer than 2 minutes. So that's good.
Okay.
Any other, Trustee Suarez? Trustee
I'm
Suarez?
good.
All right, any other questions from the board? Trustee Eliseta?
I just wanted to say thank you so much to Quinta Mazatlan for coming to McAllen ISD with this initiative. For us to be able to do something with a university of the level of UTRGV and UTRGV Medical School and doing the research and have our students at the forefront, I mean, these are the kinds of things that make McAllen ISD number one and McAllen ISD lead. So I just want to say thank you so much for coming to us with this initiative and allowing us to be part of it, because you could have easily bypassed us and you could have just used higher education, and you see the importance in K through 12, and you understand the value in educating our kindergartners all the way up through high school. So I just want to say thank you so much. I think that when we look at our taxpayers, we will have no problem saying that we spent this money, because it's very obvious that it's all on educational purposes. And I think it's great that people from all over the region are going to be using this, not just our school district, but everybody, because if, you know, we need to educate everybody. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Eliseta.
I do want to say.
Trustee Peña.
I agree as well. I love the innovation between this group. I love the idea. Having spent many, many years in higher ed with a concentration in K-12, I see the connection. I see the importance. I love the project, and I hope that for years to come, this allows us to learn in different ways. And thank you so much for inviting us to the table. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Ditto. I mean, this is a great opportunity. You clearly could have gone out for bids for this, highest bidder. I mean, it's obvious you could have. And as you mentioned, there's a competition now. I mean, from the various charter schools to the various districts, and many of them being open enrollment. And we're all in a metropolitan area now, probably the 5th largest metropolitan area in the state of Texas. Definitely the fastest growing, as we see each and every day. And again, a couple of questions I have. The right to use this space, it's roughly 5 acres is what I saw. Is that correct, Mrs. Hook?
Yes, sir. So the entire project is a 14-acre expansion. And the Center for Urban Ecology is kind of the dark brown buildings, the science lab upstairs. There are teaching classes underneath that MISD would have access to as well. And then what we are calling the MISD Discovery Center is the outdoor 5-acre park that does have outdoor teaching pavilions and then all these educational pods. So MISD would have access to the use of the entire umbrella project, the Center for Urban Ecology, and then McAllen ISD Discovery Center is within the Center for Urban Ecology.
Would it be fair to say it's everything to the left facing
Correct.
the screen
Yes.
from that pavilion area? It would be the McAllen ISD
That is
Discovery Center.
correct. So yes, everything to the left of the buildings. That's approximately about a 5-acre tract.
Now, is that going to be available to McAllen ISD with a naming right to it in perpetuity, or is there going to be a time element?
No,
to it?
into perpetuity. For the life of the project, we want to be at the table with you, and we want to recognize that partnership, and we want the world to see that partnership.
Okay. Now, in this perpetuity, for class purposes, will McAllen ISD be charged an additional fee per student or per district to use this complex? Or by us putting this amount in perpetuity for classes in the district, for district purposes, would it be no charge included?
So this is the capital campaign that is going to fund the building of this 14-acre expansion project, which is about a $35 million project. So after that is built, then there are the ongoing operational expenses and the teacher expenses. So there will be a fee, but there will be a discounted fee depending on what the team comes up with in the MOU for our partners.
Okay. Now, for our families, the taxpayers of our area, after hours, weekends, that sort of holidays, obviously the summer, would they get access to this area, and would there be a discount for them or no charge for them, or how would that work? I'm talking mainly the 5 acres that's part of the McAllen ISD site.
Yeah.
Is there a way that could be segued out just for a period of time? Let's say 20 years, 50 years?
I think all that can be discussed with the boards and our legal team. We do have high operational expenses to run this facility, and it's not a profit-breaking facility. It is environmental education and outreach and stewardship, and I would say maybe 1 to 4 is the income we bring in presently. So funding to operate this and to have the best staff is going to be important to maintaining a state-of-the-art facility.
I think you said it best, and maybe I missed it in this presentation or previous discussions. This is a capital project, and that's what this amount of money is for. It's not due to the operations of either our segment or the entire complex.
Correct.
This is a $4 million investment, capital project for this use.
Correct.
Which we get to use 5 acres of it for various stations for learning for our children.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hook, thank you very much. Dr. Gerling, Dr. Griol, for your presentation here this evening. Any other questions from the board?
Can we also add coupons to Dr. Gerling's office? My checkbook knows you very well, but I got another kid coming. So.
I do have some questions for Dr. Rowe real quick. For our families out there and for our community, the proof of using this facility is going to be identified in what area of accountability that the district now has?
It'll mostly be around the sciences and mathematics. If we start to work with the university, we can see a direct correlation to that. Bigger than that is just the scientific method side of the aspect of just life and really getting kids to understand the strategic thinking cycle. So getting kids to identify problems, hypothesize, follow a set of procedures, collect data, draw conclusions in a world-class space like this with a university, with professors and graduate students doing it in real time, will give them an experience that's invaluable, regardless of what they choose to do in this world. So that's a big piece of it. And then the other is the direct alignment within our existing curriculum and how we can tie it to take it to deeper levels of understanding for kids, because it's one thing to learn the scientific method in a classroom, and it's quite another to learn in an outdoor learning space like this. And especially in the times that we're in right now, to have world-class learning spaces where our kids can go out and not have to be inside, especially around, we heard all the concerns with the pandemic and things of that sort. So the more opportunities and the more space that we can have to put kids outside and learning and having fun and being engaged. So I think that this is something it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these entities to come together and do something as groundbreaking as this. So we're excited to be a part of it. We know that it's going to benefit children for years to come. And from an educational standpoint, from a socialization standpoint, from a mental health standpoint, and just from an overall collective impact standpoint, this is one here that we're proud to be discussing.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Any other questions from the board? Dr. Grill, you have anything else?
I just wanted to
Please.
second that what Dr. Gonzalez has said. He said it best. It has become trifecta today with UTRGV City and the McAllen ISD. If it goes through, already we would be the unique kind of center in the nation and beyond. And in addition to STEM, there are whole series of other opportunities in art, in writing, emotional writing around environment, around psychological health. There are so many opportunities. I was stunned with the faculty's interest in urban ecology and in this center. I did not imagine. When we started planning it, it was only about biodiversity. We had 5, 6 faculty seriously interested, but now we have faculty in the School of Medicine, Engineering, Social Sciences, School of Fine Arts, all excited about it. And you will see this, what we are envisioning today, what we shared, it's just the starting point. It will flourish like anything.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gurley. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Hook and Dr. Gurley. And by the way, Sada said to say hi to you if I saw you. So anyway, I said hi. There we go. If there are no other questions, this concludes item 12B6. Is there any other reorganization the board wants to do, or we go to
Mr. President, I'd like to reorganize and bring forth item 9A, recognition of McAllen ISD United Way campaign.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Suarez, that we're going to reorganize and bring 9A for discussion at this time by the board. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. We'll now proceed to 9A. Just give me a second to catch up. 9A is the recognition of the McAllen Independent School District United Way campaign. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Tonight, McAllen ISD will be recognized with the Golden Apple Award by United Way. McAllen ISD has earned this recognition for 3 years in a row, and we're very, very proud of this accomplishment because it says a lot about our staff. It says a lot about our district to be the top contributing district for 3 years in a row to the United Way. The United Way of South Texas funds over 100 programs through 22 partner agencies and community impact grant recipients, and 99% of our United Way donations remain in Hidalgo and Starr counties. So we're very, very proud of this honor, and I do want to thank our entire McAllen ISD family for this tremendous honor and for giving at this rate to earn the Golden Apple Award for 3 years in a row. We've won a lot of awards and accolades as a district, but this is one that we're very proud of. So we have some representatives from the United Way here with us, and I'll turn it over to them. Or Areli, where are we with this one? Yeah, we'll turn it right over to Rosalba. What do we have, Dr. De Hoyos? Do you have any intro for our visitors, or are we going to turn it right over to them?
No, they got everything.
The floor is yours.
Ready
There
to
you
go?
go. There you go. You're up.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. As Dr. Gonzalez said, we're here with the United Way of South Texas. I'm Tyler Stone. I'm the board president. I'm here with fellow board member Gerardo Paz with South Texas Federal Credit Union and Elvira Alonso with the City of McAllen. We really do just want to come and express our gratitude to the school board, Dr. Gonzalez, and the entire school district for your commitment to supporting the United Way. As you're all very well aware, this is a low-income district, and there's extensive need for all of our families for support. And the United Way is a critical cog in the community to addressing those needs. As Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, we have 22 different programs. We've touched 172,000 different citizens over the last year in Hidalgo and Starr County, 32,000 residents in McAllen alone. And some of our programs include assisting the American Red Cross, Boys and Girls Clubs, Salvation Army, Mujeres Unidas, lots of other programs. We also provide school supplies for McAllen High School freshmen, 900 this year alone. Disadvantaged students getting school supplies at the start of the year. We also are spearheading a youth leadership program at all 3 high schools within McAllen ISD to facilitate upperclassmen mentoring freshmen in leadership skills and community involvement and that sort of thing. So we're very proud of the work that we're doing and very proud to have McAllen ISD as a partner.
So but none of this could be possible without your participation. So thank you. Earlier this year, McAllen ISD received 2 very important recognitions. The first one was presented to Gonzalez Elementary for having the highest per capita giving all of our campuses. So we have 16 participant districts. So we're talking about at least 200 campuses. We thank Principal Hernandez for her leadership and support and her entire team of generous teachers and employees. Just this morning, we conducted a presentation and we were able to raise $11,000. So that's amazing. Wow. The second was the #1 Golden Apple Award. It was presented to Dr. Gonzalez and coordinator, Ms. Ann Vega. McAllen ISD was our #1 school district, and this is the 3rd year in a row that McAllen ISD has attained this honor. Congratulations. So one of the last things I want to mention is that this year we are celebrating 4 years of impact in Hidalgo and Starr counties. So we'd like to invite the board and the community to join McAllen ISD employees and their generosity. With one contribution, you can make the most impact through United Way. The QR code provided in the brochure will give you conveniently direct to our online giving page. So I want to thank you in advance for your contribution. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, Ms. Vega, principals, the board, and all McAllen ISD employees for your support. And before we leave, we would love to take a picture of the board of directors so we can celebrate with you. Thank you very much.
It'll be right up front.
Let me get one without. Ready, 1, 2, and thank you.
Good job. That's awesome. I'll take it to
Oh, and one last thing, I do want to thank Dr. Gonzalez for joining the board of the United Way this year. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have one more item to reorg, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to bring forth item 14C2. That is the approval of the selection of the press box layout.
All right, trustee Fonina's motion is to bring up 14C2.
Second.
Second by trustee Suarez. This is approval of the selection of the press box layout. All in favor of the reorg signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, the motion carries. This is number 14C2, approval of the selection of the press box layout. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration is requesting the approval on the selection of the layout for the press box, and Mr. Eli Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for District Operations, will present the layouts. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Internally, we have met 12 times with our stadium committee, consisting of various members of Community Info, MITV, the Athletics Department, Fine Arts, our facilities team, to review the proposal submitted by our engineering folks that are here today to answer any questions. This is the layout that administration is submitting for your vote and approval today. And we have various folks here that can answer questions with regards to their particular area, for example, athletics, fine arts, et cetera. And there will still be a slight change to this one, but it is very minor, but I do feel compelled to mention it to you so that you know what you're voting on. The request is to increase MITV just a bit more and reduce the Scouts area just a bit more.
Are the Scouts here to answer that? That's a joke. That was a joke, sorry.
Right.
It's been a rough meeting, so.
Right. Yes, this did take, as you know, a few iterations to get to this point, and we are thrilled that we are here. And with your approval today, we'll be able to move forward with this project. Are there any questions?
Ms. Benavides, before I move to approve, I just have a quick question. You mentioned some particular players in there. Is the city of McAllen involved in the decision-making on this?
I will refer that to Mr. Trevino.
do we meet the city specs?
We did meet with the city folks on the onset of this project, and our design team also has the request from the city and have implemented the square footages required in case the city does land the bowl game, and this would meet their requirements.
Okay.
And they can be presented this layout once it's approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, I
Yes.
move to approve.
It's been moved by trustee Suarez. Do I have a second? Seconded by trustee Farina. Any further discussion? Trustee Alicet?
I was going to ask Mr. Trevino, but I guess Ms. Benavides, could you remind us how much we're spending on this project?
That's a great question. So initially, we had a proposed budget for this project of not to exceed $3 million. If you recall, the city of McAllen has put $1 million towards this project, and the rest would come from the district. We have various sources for this project, funding sources, but if you also recall, at a previous board meeting, the engineers at the time, who are here also and are available for questions, brought up the fact that it would be probably difficult to meet that price given the landscape right now. So if they can provide an update on that, that would be great.
Or anyone from your firm, I think that's a question.
And what they communicated was that the next steps would be to take this to the specification process so that we can get a clearer picture of the costs involved. But nonetheless, they may be able to answer some questions in general about the cost structure.
Hi, good evening. The cost that we're estimating this is going to come in at is somewhere between $3.5 to $4 million, based on meetings with the construction manager at risk.
Okay, and that's not including what we've already budgeted through other line items for the television, wiring and all that we've already done through budget amendments last year, right? I'm sorry, it's to Ms. Benavides.
Oh, great question. So you're asking if the equipment and things of that nature are above and beyond just the pure construction cost?
My memory is that we already approved 1.5 million. We did a budget amendment for, it was press box, not the construction of the press box.
The
but
equipment.
It was things, the equipment and things that we're going to have to do along with the press.
Correct.
I just want to have is this going to end up being a $6 million project, $7 million project?
Great question. So the $3.5 to $4 million is purely the construction cost of the press box.
Of the press box.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? To that point, so on this packet that we have, with the sheet, it says here, budgetary new press box has not to exceed $3 million. However, and it goes on to say, recent rise in material costs have created a challenge in meeting that budget. It says the guaranteed maximum price will be available once the layout has been approved and the design specifications reach 75% completion. So we approving here tonight, my understanding is the city also has to review this and they have to approve it as well, or does that not require the city approval, only requires our approval at this time? Just to be clear.
The design is not, it's not required for that to be approved. Of course, once this goes out, after the specifications are created and we have the final costs, that can be something that comes back to the board and to the city. But in terms of the design itself, we don't require approval to move forward. Nonetheless, it was requested to bring it to the board for approval.
So at this point, we're now saying it's $3.5 to $4 million for the construction costs. And this is above what we already approved of $1.5 million last year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But it does not include the finishing of the inside with the tables, chairs, all the things that would go in, the MTV equipment, although I'm sure that's going to be moved from time to time. Unless, is that going to be permanent? Is there a charge for that? Is there, let me back up a little. Is there a projection from the administration about what once the construction is complete, the finishings cost may be required to make this user-ready?
To what extent are any finishes included in that $3.5 to $4 million budget?
Good evening. It would be, the infrastructure would be included as far as the data outlet connections, we'll coordinate where the locations for the TVs will go and everything else. But as far as the actual equipment, typically is not part of the construction scope.
No, it wouldn't be. It's up to the district. So including tables and chairs, I see representation of chairs and tables and desks and all that. Does the administration at this time know what that's going to cost?
We don't have estimates for that at this time.
Okay. Now, is the specifications of this space, is it based on the efforts of the city of McAllen wanting to get the ability of what, Division I football here?
That was one of the considerations, yes.
Right. Now, for purposes of high school football, does this go exceed what a high school stadium of this size would be? In other words, if forget
Mr.
the
McClenny
Division
can
I,
answer
if we
this
were
question.
designing it for McAllen High School football, would we require that same square footage and that same space?
Can I answer something while Mr. McClenny comes? It's a specific answer to that question. Right now, if you compare our press box to any other districts, and you will hear this from other schools that actually compete here. For one, the coaches can hear each other talk, so there's really no privacy, and the walls are so thin that you can hear the plays. Number two, there's not enough room for 6 coaches to stand there. So, I mean, I know Mr. McClenny will elaborate on that, but I'm telling you from our experience of what we've heard from coaches in our district and surrounding districts that come to play at our stadium, is that no, we don't meet what other surrounding districts have.
I'm still waiting for an answer from the administration.
Mr. McClenny is making his way to the microphone.
Thank you.
Yes, this would meet the requirements maybe in some of the press boxes in our area as far as trying to get up to that standard. Also, ADA as far as getting the elevator in there. And I think the original was also to try to draw a possible NAIA bowl game. So those meet those specifications. But our current press box is not up to standard.
I think we're all in agreement on
Yes,
that.
sir.
My question is to try to make sure for our taxpayers out there that
Yes,
we
sir.
need to do this in the middle of a pandemic with receiving all sorts of funds to do all sorts of work. And I've heard from, as we all have, that, you know, is this really the time? And so we're about to answer that question. So that's the reason I'm asking is if this the same square footage for our high school football stadium, or is this a square footage for getting that Division I, or both?
It's probably both.
So even if we're doing Division I, we would still get the same square footage, in your opinion, that's being proposed here tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. This is again, 14C2, approval of the selection of the press box layout. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. Thank you. Any other, at this time, the board's interested in reorganizing the agenda? If not, we'll now proceed, and before we do, hold on.
Actually,
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out the title on it. Hold on, I wrote it
It's
down.
okay.
If we could reorganize the agenda for item 12B3.
Okay, there's a motion to reorganize the agenda for 12B3. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by trustee Suarez. Okay, all in favor of reorganizing the agenda to now hear 12B3, and let me get to that real quick. Just so we're on the same page, and this is report regarding ESSER update?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is report regarding ESSER update. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 5-0, motion carries. We reorganize. And now we'll hear 12B3, report regarding ESSER update. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is an update regarding ESSER, and Mrs. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for District Operations, will provide the update. This item is for information purposes only. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We have Ms. Laura Williams that is, there she is, going to provide an update regarding ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and T-class.
Good evening, Dr. Gonzalez and Board. I'm here to provide an update of where we are currently at regarding ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and T-class. I am pleased to announce that we have already applied for our ESSER 2. We submitted that on Thursday, July 29th. We are ahead of schedule. It was set to be turned into TEA on September 2nd, so we are ahead of schedule. Regarding our prior approval request, the 6 that we have submitted, we have received 4 approvals back. That includes the black boxes, our kitchen remodels, our marquee replacements at our campuses, and then HVAC upgrades. We still are pending our Science Technology Center approval and also our staff development expansion approval. Regarding our master plans, these are a work in progress, and will be continued to be updated as needed. I know our ELT was ferociously and working on Friday and all weekend to prepare our latest return to school plan, which is version 7.0, and that was providing our TEA guidance that we received on August 5th. So we will continue to update these as needed. Thank you. Regarding our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 proposed allocations, we have moved and reallocated some of our areas here. As previous presentations, we had a 5th category, which was our other. We have moved those into our 4 main buckets: student learning, student needs, long-term emergency closures, and safety. We will continue to move these around and reallocate as we move forward with our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, and firm up our projects, our proposed projects. We will also reallocate based upon our campus site-based decision-making committee requirements and or unique needs that they will be submitting to us, and I will touch on that in just a second. But again, our 4 main areas, the other category, we have reallocated fine arts, the Science Tech Center, the staff development expansion, Quinta Mazatlan, IMUS, all into student learning, and then our athletics, we moved into student needs from our other category.
Just a quick question. I know that Quinta Mazatlan got to elaborate, and there was a specific area for them. I don't think there's one for IMUS there. Is it possible for them to be able to get the podium and speak a little bit about their project?
Yes, sir. We do have Ann with us that can speak to that.
Thank you. How may I, is there something you'd like me to address specifically?
Well, again, I'm going to start this the same way I started it last time. I don't mean to be rude and come across, but I'm going to ask the same exact questions I asked. And the first question is, the projects that you talked about at the last meeting, is it specific, are you waiting specifically for MISD funding to do it, or is it a project already that's in the making?
It is already in the making, but we are earlier on our timeline than Quinta Mazatlan. So our invitation to the district is coming in at the ground level. We would love to have the opportunity to work with you as our inaugural partner in helping us to build the Children's Museum at IMUS.
Sure. And then the second question, of course, is, again, I know that I'm able to answer this question, but there's people out there listening that aren't privileged to asking the question. And so if I'm a taxpayer and my child goes to MISD, I ask the question, why should I invest my money here? What is McAllen ISD student going to get versus someone from a charter school or someone from a surrounding district?
I think the opportunity that the district will have will be for engaging hands-on learning and a sister education site where students can learn year-round. And I know the last time I had the privilege of speaking to the board, I talked a little bit about summer school and how important it is to engage students who maybe didn't do as well throughout the academic year and really give them that love of learning back. I also think it's an opportunity to work closely with those preschool and early elementary teachers. We know that a great first start in school is often the ticket to lifelong learning.
So, Dr. Gonzalez, this is something that McAllen ISD will have Again, and I don't want to say curriculum because there's a lot of components into that, but something that's specific to certain elementary schools and summer school programs that we could offer, McAllen ISD can offer versus someone from a surrounding district?
We'd have to sit down. We believe, again, when you look at the learning process, anything that's multisensory, anything that can put children in a position to expand their horizons beyond what they know in the classroom, benefits them with regard to long-term learning. So IMUS is just another example of giving kids authentic experiences. So that's going to take some sitting down and seeing. I know that, as was mentioned, Quinta's a little bit further along with regard to the vision and what it really looks like from a concrete standpoint. But we'd have to sit down with IMUS. But what I already know about IMUS and what I already know about these authentic learning experiences is it puts children in a position to expand their horizons and really hits all the different learning styles, because some kids are visual, some are auditory, some are kinesthetic, tactile, some are a combination of all. And this museum and Quinta puts us in a position to hit all those sensory issues.
So correct me if I'm wrong, we have a timeline. Are we in agreement that we could fit that timeline?
Yes.
Where we are with the project?
So on our end, we have earmarked our commitment. So
Right, and so IMUS is ready to be able to finish and complete the project within the timeline that we're required to have or to use?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Well, thank you again for keeping us in mind. I think it's really important for people to really understand our bang for our buck and what's in it for us. And I know I come across, I do love every kid, right? So don't think I don't love every kid, but I love McAllen ISD kids because that's what I got elected to do, is to love them more. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to love them more and give them more, and so that everybody can come to McAllen ISD and be loved by me and by everyone on this board. So I just don't want to come across like I don't like anyone else. It's just, I want to make sure that our kids are I'm going to spoil them, right? So that's what we're here to do. So thank you very much. I don't know if anyone else has any questions.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I have a question for Ms.
Yes, sir,
Forsky.
Trustee Footing.
And tell me about the children with special needs and how it is that, they're going to benefit from this partnership.
So one of the things that is definitely a current practice in museums is universal design, and it's something that exhibit developers and designers are incorporating as they create hands-on learning experiences. And it means that regardless of the activity, anyone can have access to it. So if you're a wheelchair user, you can have the same experience as a non-wheelchair user. Or if you have a cognitive disability, there are ways in which the activity still it stimulates and creates a valuable learning experience. And so we would work closely with learning specialists as well as exhibit designers to ensure that all of the children's museum experiences were universal design.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Alisana.
I just want to say that we have a board member here from the Children's Museum, and I thought since we allowed Quinta other board members to speak, if District Clerk Lori Hinojosa Quintanilla wanted to say wanted the microphone or not to put you on, if you don't want to, you don't need to, but if you want to say something.
Ms. Hinojosa, it's up to you, but we invite you to speak to the board if you would like to. If not, it's up to you.
If not, we can give you our phone numbers.
You have your notes, right?
2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here and just ask for your support tonight. I think it's an incredible project for not only our community, but all of our children. It's definitely something that McAllen, the city needs, the school district needs, and it would be a perfect pairing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hinojosa. Any other questions or comments from the board? Either one, Ms. Fortescue or Mrs. Hinojosa? No, it's okay, all right. Is this going to be exclusive to McAllen ISD, and for how long? Is it in perpetuity for 20 years, or how is this going to work?
I think that would certainly be spelled out in the MOU with the district. I think that one of the hallmarks of children's museums is that they evolve as our children do, and as we learn more and more about how learning happens. So I would see the opportunity for us to work collaboratively with the district for decades to come, kind of at each step, making incremental improvements, the more knowledge we possess about children and about learning.
Is this part of a capital project, of building a wing? Is this what this is part, or is this a wing that already exists?
It is a capital, it is a part of a capital project, yes.
All right, thank you. Dr. Gonzalez, from the point of view from the taxpayer and the parents, how might we see the benefits of this in our curriculum, in our accountability rating, et cetera?
Well, one is we're a high-performing district already, and we've proven that over time. So it's very difficult to become an A-rated school district, but it's even more difficult to remain an A-rated school district. So we believe these experiences that we're talking about today, these authentic experiences, these connections and these relationships with different entities, put us in a position to continue working as a team and to synergize and to continue doing all that we can to fight the regression toward the mean, because as a school district, we're a right-side high-performing school district. So the more people we can work with, the more experiences that we can give our children, then the higher the probability that we'll remain at this level over time. So I think that this is a perfect time in our district's history to start really reaching out and forming partnerships like this to gain even more momentum that we already have. And then you throw a world pandemic into the mix, and we really need to work as a team. So we believe that these experiences are going to put us on a platform to continue being the high-performing school district that we are, because we can't do it in isolation.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mrs. Hinojosa and Mrs. Fortescue. And Ms. Williams, I think you still have more to go in your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As mentioned earlier, our site-based decision-making committees, SBDM, from our campuses, we will be utilizing each one of our campus SBDMs for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 guided discussions over the 2021 academic year. We will be providing campus-specific list of exactly what ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds will be providing each one of our campuses. We will then ask or task each one of our campuses to utilize their CNA Campus Needs Assessment as well as their campus improvement plan to compile an all-encompassing list of challenges or needs that they still need outside of what ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 is already providing them. Then that will be Ms. Bolte and I's primary responsibility, as well as with Ms. Benavides and the ELT, to secure other means, other grants in order to whittle away at each one of those challenges, thus helping our campuses meeting their needs and the district as a whole. And moving on to T-Class, Texas COVID Learning Acceleration Supports. We do intend to apply for that. The grant is due on August 20th, so again, a very short turnaround. There are 5 main areas that we can apply for with various learning strategies underneath each one of those 5 main areas. If we can go to the next slide, please, and the next. Thank you. Out of the various areas that we can apply for, we will and intend to apply for the high-quality instructional materials approved products. This is for Tier 1 materials, 2A through 2C. We will have access to the various print materials from TEA. Some examples are Eureka Math, K5, K5 Amplify, and then 6-8 Amplify. Then we're looking at applying for 3B, 3E, and 3C, which is, again, high-quality instructional supplemental products that will provide us with access to Tier 2 and Tier 3 possible reimbursements, and then looking at a college prep course support. Then moving on to 4A, the teacher recruitment support, we will work with Human Resources. That's a Grow Your Own program. And then we are still looking at the vetted Texas Tutor Corps tutoring supports and looking into the various aspects of that and what it would mean for our district. And that is the end of the ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and T-class updates. Are there any discussion or questions?
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Williams, by the way. Any comments, questions? I do have one question real quick.
Yes,
At
sir.
the very, very beginning, you mentioned, this is slide 2, page 69 in our packet, and it talks about kitchens. Yeah, it says kitchens. Prior approval requested approved, black boxes, kitchen, remodels, kitchens, remodels. And I'm
Yes, sir.
talking about the kitchens at the schools or the central kitchen? Just want to be clear.
The kitchens at each one of our campuses.
Okay, good.
We
Thank you.
submitted various pictures and needs from Alex Molina,
Yeah.
and so we will look to meet the needs and add additional space to our kitchens as well as the cafetoriums so that we're providing that adequate seat capacity.
All right, so this isn't the kitchens that are used by our students in their classroom for whatever
sir.
programs they're having. This is for the campus, for the feeding of the children.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
All right. Any other items we wish to reorg at this time?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I'd like to move 14B1.
14B1? Okay, sir. Trustee Suarez's motion is to reorganize 14B1. Let me find it real quick. This way. All right, sir. 14B1 is approval request for proposals for 2021-1023 voluntary supplemental insurance products and related services. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Peña. All in favor of reorganizing, again, 14B1 at this time, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. We'll now go to 14B1, approval request for proposal number 2021-1023, voluntary supplemental insurance products and related services. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration solicited proposals from vendors for voluntary supplemental insurance products for best value pricing, and Mr. Todd Miller, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, is available to answer any questions if needed. We also have Andy Silva, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Miller at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I got Andy Silva up here to talk about the voluntary supplemental insurance product process and recommendations.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. So before you, you have the request for proposals for the voluntary products. This is the end of a 3-year agreement, so we did go out to bid. The proposals were opened on April 28th and closed on May 26th. We had a very good participation. Some very good proposals came in. Before you, the recommendations are for the cancer plan to Colonial Life, represented by Salazar Insurance Group, the hospital indemnity by United Healthcare, also by Salazar Insurance Group, the accident plan, also United Healthcare with Salazar Insurance Group, the whole life with Texas Life Insurance Company, represented by Salazar Insurance Group, the term life with Continental American, the Aflac Group, disability also Aflac, and the vision with MetLife Davis Vision with Salazar Insurance Group representing. And lastly, the legal plan with Legal Access Consulting doing business as Legal Ease. I'll be glad to answer any questions on any of these awards if you have any.
Yes, Mr. I know Mr. Vela and I sat in the committee and we talked this, but can you kind of explain how the process works, like, you know, what vendor gets what product, and just a quick process?
Sure. Obviously, the primary requirement is on the benefits and the cost. So we go through a process to evaluate how it compares to current, and then obviously the cost. So that
Real quick, so I'm sorry, you said we. Can you tell us who's
Sure.
in the we process?
Absolutely. So involved with the process would be myself. We do have a consultant, Valley Risk Consulting, that helps us with that part of the process as well. And then ultimately, we sit down with the purchasing department, and we walk through all the rationale and the scoring and the tabulations. So once all that is done, that's the majority of the work. Then we have to agree or select or resolve the agent part of it. So the challenging part is when one insurance company lists more than one potential servicing agent. So I'll go down the list here just so you're aware. So in the cancer plan, the number one ranked vendor, Colonial, named one agent. So very easy to go down that path. So the recommended agent being Salazar. For the second one, United Health Group, same thing. Can you get the other slide back up, Mr. Miller? Go back the other direction, the attachment A. Right there. Hospital indemnity and accident, also one agent was named, so Salazar Insurance Group. Permanent life, same thing.
Okay, just stop real quick, just for clarification. Let's look at accidents, United Healthcare Insurance Company. So you start there, that's the vendor that won that bid, right?
Correct.
So under that vendor, there's only one agent that they select to represent them?
That's correct.
Okay.
In that scenario. If we can go up to or down, Mr. Miller, the vision.
Why wouldn't United say there's 5 different vendors? Just hypothetical question. Why wouldn't United say 5 different vendors?
That is a question for United. We see it all kinds of ways. In certain cases, we see one agent. Certain cases, such as the example of Vision, Metropolitan Life, they listed 11.
Is there anything in our bid process that would stop United or Texas Life or Continental American Insurance from selecting more than one agent?
Stop them. We have in the past encouraged them to provide the one servicing agent, but we don't have, the ability to dictate it. There's opportunities to do other processes to select brokers of record. That's something we have not done in the past and I don't think we're open to. So we have to have a secondary process when there's multiple agents listed, such as in the case of the Vision plan.
Okay. You can keep going. I want to interrupt you.
Well, no, really, that was going to be my closing point, that in the Vision, for example, there was 11 named agents. So while it was clear that Davis Vision was the number one ranked product, so that's the recommendation we're bringing to you, then we did have to go through a second step to actually name a servicing agent because there was 11 options. So we did go through a process of requesting information from the 11 named companies, and based on that, we then are making the recommendation to award it to Salazar Insurance Group to represent that product.
And that concludes your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the administration have anything else they want to present? Any other questions from the board?
Do you anticipate, I know these are all voluntary now, with disability and term life, with what's happening, do you anticipate an increase in enrollment? And if so, are we ready for that influx?
So in terms of the enrollment, I'd say definitely we'll be ready for that. I really don't have a feel for how that's going to impact the enrollment up or down. Our participation has been pretty consistent. We don't have a whole lot of fluctuation. So it would be interesting after we go through this enrollment, how things change. The accident plan and the hospitalization, this is the end of our first cycle, 3 years. We've had these other benefits for many, many years, and there's really high enrollment. Those other two, since it was our first 3-year cycle, obviously they trailed a little lower, but it would be interesting to see if all of a sudden it starts picking up.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
So judging at what we're looking at here, the vendor and the agent, that's what we're approving today?
The vendor and the agent, yes.
Okay.
They go together, yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Getting back to Trustee Suarez's question, because it intrigues me now. Could you, in your evaluation form, have a stipulation in there regarding whether they have only one salesperson or multiple? Could you put a weight, I guess is the correct question. Could you put a weight in your evaluation?
That'd be a question for purchasing, I think so. I mean, the rationales are up to us. There's probably a scenario where we would put that at the beginning to let the insurance companies know that we're going to score it in that fashion. That way, it leaves it on them to either name one or not, or name 11 or not. I will tell you, sometimes it has to do with the relationships. So agents that have the stronger relationships with the companies, they may get the single listing. Other insurance companies may say, no, anybody who submitted the RFP to us, their name's going to be listed. We've had discussions with one particular group that the only way they'll do that is if we specifically put it in the RFP that we want to allow somebody other than the incumbents to bid on a product, because sometimes that comes into play. An insurance company says, well, we already have a relationship with your current agent, and unless you tell us you want somebody else to service this account, they're going to get priority. So that comes into play as well.
Yeah, from a board governance, we cannot, as a board, give you that directive. But it is, the motion tonight is that these are available for our employees and that the employees pay this 100%. So giving them choices and options of who they can go to get coverage, insurance, puts our employees in a much better position to be able to shop and compare. Because if they don't go to this one vendor, I can see a concern where if they don't mention any other options to them, that vendor, if he's not the agents of record, so to speak, may not even mention us here. Is that fair observation?
I want to make sure I understand.
In other words, if you go to Agent X, and Agent X sells other than what the vendor listed here, but since he's not an agent of record, he may not mention these products that we offer, or may sell them a different product. Or is that a concern I shouldn't be?
So, and let me make sure I understand your question or comment. These agents with these products, exclusively, these are the products that are going to be offered to our employees. And that's by design. We went through this process to decide that cancer, hospital indemnity, accident with these vendors by those agents is the only thing that's going to be offered by our employees.
All right, so that I kind of got myself confused. So then you're going to inform our staff that these are the agents and these are the products that they're going to offer. So our employees are going to know to go to these agents if they want these products to use.
So what I expect to happen again this next open enrollment period, and obviously we still have to talk with the groups listed here, is that one group would be the face of the enrollment, and they'll be enrolling all the products, but only these products. These agents, whomever they might be, don't have the opportunity to say, hey, by the way, I also have this other policy I'd like to sell you.
Right.
That we don't allow them to do that.
All right, that's what I'm wanting to get
Because
clear.
we did not go through an RFP process for something other than what you see on the screen.
Got it. Good. I'm good now. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Suarez, for bringing that question up. Any other thoughts, comments? Trustee Eliseo.
So, thank you for explaining that. So, let's say accident insurance. If I needed medical equipment, so that means that United Healthcare, they're the ones that would sub out. They're the ones that would say, okay, we have business with these DMEs, and you can go to these. That would be on them. That's not the school district, right?
So the accident insurance, it pays benefits. For example, if a covered member breaks a leg, there's a benefit for that. So the way that it works, the employee would submit a claim to United Healthcare. United Healthcare would receive it, assuming it's ineligible. They'd receive some kind of cash benefit for that. So that's the way the accident works. Hospital indemnity works similarly if you happen to be in the hospital. So you file a claim. There's a benefit for a daily charge up to so many days, and United Healthcare will reimburse you up to that amount. So these aren't medical insurances. They are supplements, gap policies, if you will, to help with things such as your co-pays and deductibles and those kinds of things to reimburse employees.
So if I had a legal question, I could go on here to this MISD approved vendor and talk to them, but I would pay them out of pocket.
In the legal benefit, Exactly. So it's based on a schedule of benefits. So the one example I can give you that seems to be the most popular, unfortunately, is the divorce benefit. So that's a benefit. So your defense, your process for divorce would be covered.
Okay.
So just like health insurance would.
Okay.
But it's for legal defense.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate it. This is an actionable.
Sir, I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Farina. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Suarez. Other questions? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. Motion carries. Thank you.
We could skip over committee reports since we've already done the whole thing.
All righty then. Okay, we're now going to item 7, which is actions and items in closed session. Before we proceed, item 7A will be discussed in a few minutes, but I'm going to wait until trustee Arizala leaves.
Debbie, Frappuccino, no whipped cream.
These are actions in closed session by the Board of Trustees. There was no discussion, there was plenty of discussion. There was no action or votes taken while in closed session. So these items number 7A through 7C will be acted upon or discussed. But item 7A, on the advice of counsel, I'm informing the community that trustee Aliceda, whose daughter-in-law did apply for the district, however, trustee Aliceda did not participate in closed session in any discussion, is not present in this boardroom at this time for this action, and is obviously not going to vote in this action because she has a conflict of interest, and she so indicated. So we'll now go to 7A, approval of human resource recommendations for school year 2021-2022.
So moved. Second.
Trustee Suarez, motion by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Farina. Any questions, comments, or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 5-0, motion carries. We'll now proceed to 7B, human resource employee resignations for school year 2020-2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations for the 2020-2021 school year under separate cover for discussion during closed session, and this item is for information purposes only.
Thank you. Going back to 7A, thank you, trustee Farina, for keeping me straight. The action was actually 5, 0 negative, and 1 abstaining. So again, the action was 5 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstaining. We'll now proceed to 7C, human resource employee resignations for school year 2021-2022. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations for the 21-22 school year under separate cover for discussion during closed session. This is for information purposes only.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. 7D, pending and potential litigation. Mr. Crane.
No report.
And 7E, possible real estate acquisition.
No report.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to 8, Superintendent's Report, Vamos Award Scholarships for 4 McAllen ISD graduates. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is one we're very proud of. The Valley Alliance of Mentors for Opportunities and Scholarships, known as VAMOS, awarded 4 scholarships worth $20,000 each to 4 of our recent graduates, and they were surprised at their homes by a team that was from VAMOS and HEB and McAllen ISD, and we have a short video that highlights the day.
We're excited to be here working with VAMOS, and we're handing out scholarships to students, and it's just a joy to see all these students that have put in their hard work, and the VAMOS Scholarship Foundation is coming through for them. And since 1996, VAMOS has given millions of dollars to students to accomplish their dreams in higher ed. So I wanted to send a big thank you to the VAMOS Scholarship Foundation. HEB is a big part of this also, so I wanted to thank HEB for all that they do for our community, and just congratulate our students and their families for all the hard work that they put in. So this is a well-deserved honor for our students, and VAMOS is making dreams come true. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for that great report, and congratulations to all of our VAMOS scholars. those 4 MISD graduates in particular, and all the other ones that have received the scholarship and the help along the way. Thanks to Vamos for allowing us to partner up and be a part of the organization.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Farina. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for that report. We'll now proceed to 9B. This is recognition of McAllen ISD and business services for the Association of School Business Officials. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. In McAllen ISD's continued pursuit to be good stewards of public dollars, the district recently earned the Meritorious Budget Award on International Standard for submission for the 2021-2022 annual budget book. And this is an international award, and it's a result of the hard work by our talented and dedicated staff. And Mrs. Cindy Medrano Richards, our Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will introduce our outstanding team. Ms. Richards.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and Board of Trustees. This award, let me start beginning. The Association of School Business Officials has recognized McAllen ISD and Business Services with the Meritorious Budget Award for excellence in the preparation and issuance of its budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. This award reflects the district's commitment to sound fiscal management and budgetary policies. The Meritorious Award recognizes the importance of presenting a high-quality, user-friendly, easy-to-understand budget internally and to the community, which includes a wealth of information in graphic and narrative form. Business Office, in partnership with Human Resources, the Department of Technology, and Payroll, were responsible for the development of the annual budget book, and I'm proud to introduce the A team responsible for this district recognition. I'll begin with Business Services. Ms. Grace Suarez Viescas, Staff Accountant, Ms. Rosie Diaz, Budget Specialist, and Ms. Janie Brooks, Budget and Cost Specialist. From the Department of Human Resource, we have Ms. Sandra Gomez, Compensation Human Resources Analyst, Mr. Stan Krauts, Human Resources Director, Ms. Priscilla Rodriguez, Secretary to Director for Employee Benefits and Safety Risk Management. Mr. Andy Silva, Employee Benefits and Safety Risk Management Director, and Mr. Todd Miller, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. From the Department of Technology, we have Ms. Reina Lopez-Bazan, Systems Analyst, Mr. Juan C. Ramos, System Analyst, and Ms. Haritha Dasari, Technology Director. From the Payroll Department, we have Ms. Ashley Hyman, Payroll Director. The development of the annual budget book is under the leadership of Ms. Adele Felix, our Chief Financial Officer, through the Division of Business Operations. This is the 5th straight year that McAllen ISD has earned the highest recognition in government budgeting through the Association of School Business Officials. Prior to this, the district was awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association, making this a total of 7 years that the district has been recognized for its budget presentation. Again, I'd like to thank the staff from Business Office, Human Resources, and Department of Technology and Payroll, and also the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent for their continued support in the areas of business operations. This concludes tonight's presentation.
There's a photo op, right?
Absolutely.
I think we have to have a photo.
Oh, okay.
This is
Well, we don't have a lot, just a Adele.
Anybody in the audience that was called on?
Come on, Adele, get out of here.
There's Adele.
Nothing doesn't show we had a quorum still in the room.
COVID got me.
The safe
Ms. Richards, congratulations. I think you sat up even straighter than you normally, and your voice was clearly proud of your organization and the work that each do each and every day. And to receive the accolade again, and especially this one, we're very proud and like to be part of this organization. And the financial information that you provide the board, especially when I ask questions, we really, really appreciate it. It keeps us aware of where the taxpayer money is being allocated and how it's being used in the most efficient way possible. So thank you and your staff and everyone involved.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Felix, thank you very much for keeping it all straight. Yes, of course, Trustee Pena.
As a new member to the board, I just want to thank y'all for all the information that is very concise and it's clear. Sometimes I have questions and I don't want to bother staff, and so I've been able to go in and just kind of find my own answers, and I appreciate that. I'm sure the community does as well. So thank you for everything. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for such a great team.
Very good. Thank you, Trustee
Appreciate
Pena.
it.
Any other questions, any other comments from the board? Hearing none. Okay, good. We'll now proceed. There was no proclamations, no board, okay, now we go to board members' report. Board committee reports, instructional services briefing. The chair is Trustee Forina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mrs. Aliceda, Mr. Alvarado, and I each had a different opportunity to meet with Ms. Richards, with Dr. De Hoyos about our instructional services. Items that we've already covered were the recognition of the MISD District United Way campaign. That was already covered. Coming up, we have a report regarding college admissions, financial aids, and scholarship. Would have been great to have that right after the Vamos video, but I think we've reorged enough today. We have a approval of amended and restated MOU with Easter Seals, with UTRGV, also with physical, occupational, and speech therapy services for special ed. We have an RFP for instructional materials and supplies, an interlocal with STC, an RFP for some professional development. So we still have plenty to do on our agenda for this evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Forina, for your report. We'll go to 12A2, Human Resource Briefing. The chair is Trustee Suarez.
Thanks to Mr. Forina's reorg, there's nothing for me to say. Mr. Vela and I met with Mr. Miller and the entire
Thank you, sir,
HR
for your
committee.
report.
Yeah, and most of the items have already been voted on, as the insurance and the employment. So,
Thank you, Trustee Suarez, for your report. We'll now go to 12A3, District Operations Briefing. The chair is Trustee Vela.
What he said.
thanks to Tony. Say it.
I didn't have a committee meeting, did I? And I didn't get, I spoke with Ms. Adelia, I didn't get Outlook for 3 days for some reason. All of a sudden, they all popped up on Sunday. So I think I missed our report, but I will take the liberty of taking Ms. Aliceda's place and giving the report for business operations.
If that's
Yes,
all
yes,
right.
yes, yes,
Please, go ahead and proceed.
Because I don't have a report.
That's okay. This is
and,
business operations.
And like Marco said, most of these items have already been covered. ESSER update. Then we had the 2 grants that we went over, emergency connectivity and the COVID learning acceleration supports. We had the report on Quinta Mazatlan. We had an approval of intent to name the boardroom, and we've established that protocol already by the vote earlier this evening. And we approved the selection of the press box layout. The only thing we have not covered, and it's really exciting, is the approval of bid number 2022-1000 for fire alarms, fire extinguishers, vent hoods, fire sprinklers, backflow assembly equipment, parts, installation, repairs, inspections, testings, and cleaning services. I'm sure that'll bring a long-winded discussion on later on this evening. That, Mr. President, is my report.
All right, thank you, Trustee Vela.
That's pretty good.
Board officers report. As you all know, the board president is required to meet with the superintendent to prepare the board's agenda. But since I have been including since May, the other officers, Trustee Fonina, the vice president, Trustee Alicea, our board secretary, it now creates a committee, which I'm told I have to do a quick report. So the agenda we have today, we met on Wednesday, June the 4th at 10:30 a.m. with Dr. Gonzalez to go over the agenda. That concludes the briefing of the officers' report. We'll now proceed to 12B1, report regarding the 2021-2022 report, return to school update. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Tonight we report on the 2021-22 return to school updates given the public health guidance released by the Texas Education Agency on Thursday, August 5th. And Ms. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for District Operations, will present the report, and this item is for information purposes only. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. This is our return to traditional school update. I wanted to start with some local health conditions. This is data that we review on a daily basis from either the county, which I think has done a really great job of keeping us updated with the local health conditions, and also data that we gather from the state. On a daily basis, every morning we review the rate of positive cases. This is data that we've put together based on county data that shows us the 7-day rolling average that you can see in the dotted line of positive cases throughout the county. And then we also have been tracking just the cumulative cases. That's the dark gold line that goes across. And as you can see in the dotted line, the 7-day rolling average of positive cases has increased quite a bit in the last few weeks. And so we obviously look at this and consider this on a daily basis. We also have the rate of hospitalization that we've been tracking since April of 2020. This is data that that is provided by the county, but we pull it from the state database. And right now, as you can see, in the last few weeks, we have seen a spike in the RGV with regards to the rate of hospitalization. So there is an upswing there that we are keeping a close eye on. And our trend tends to be very close to that of the state. So our data for the county is in, actually it's beyond the county, it's the RGV zone, and it is in gold, and then the Texas data is in blue. And again, we look at this on a daily basis. If you compare to where we were a year ago, at this time, we were at 53.65 a year ago. Right now, we're at 1948. We have more recent data as of today, but this was pulled for this meeting last week. We also have the rate of fatalities. This is also data that's provided by the county. As of last week, we were at a total of 2,958 fatalities in the county. However, we also track the 7-day rolling average that you'll see in the blue dotted line. So right now, we're averaging per week about 2.3. As of today's data, that number went up a little bit to 2.7, but as of last week, we were at 2.3. Also data that we look at on a daily basis. All of these local health conditions, of course, inform our return to traditional school plan. We have safety protocols that we released recently in our return to traditional school plan version 5.0 that you can find on our website, and you can also find it on our ESSER page. So it is a requirement for us to have a return to school plan for ESSER. So we have that combined with our ESSER master plan on our ESSER page. And then we also have it in our return to school website that you can find on our website. We also have the plan there. So in our return to traditional school 5.0, it was informed by local health conditions. It's also informed by some public health guidance that we received from TEA last Thursday, August 5th. On the left-hand side, I provided the public health guidance provided by TEA. On the right-hand side, I provided McAllen ISD's response to that guidance. For example, in most cases, we will follow the guidance, obviously, but in some cases, we are deviating. For example, in the first one, TEA no longer requires that we notify our school community when there is a positive case on campus. We will continue to notify the school community as we have been since last spring when there is a case on campus. With regards to masks?
I have a question.
Yes?
Pardon me for interrupting.
Yes, sir.
But we're required by law to report to the classroom when someone has lice.
That is correct. There is a statute for that and a local policy.
We're forbidden or not required to notify when there's a COVID infection.
Correct. We're no longer required.
So can you say that COVID was passed along by the lice? I don't mean to be funny, but I mean, that doesn't There's no, I don't understand that reasoning whatsoever. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But to that point, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you have the floor.
I mean, that's the bare minimum that you're required by law. You can choose to inform people, right?
And we are.
We are.
Yes, we will continue, absolutely.
Okay.
Per executive order, per the governor's executive order, school systems cannot require students or staff to wear masks.
For the record.
We obviously follow that executive order, but we highly encourage masks as part of a layered safety approach, and masks are allowed. So if parents choose for their students to wear a mask, if staff members choose to wear a mask, obviously, that is allowed.
Question.
Yes.
For the record. No teacher is allowed to tell a student that if he's no longer, or if he's not wearing a mask, that they're not allowed into class?
No, because we cannot require masks.
Right, so no student should be frowned upon for not wearing a mask?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Can't make faces. I mean, just want to make sure that the community's clear that we're giving them a choice as of now.
Yes, wearing a mask is up to the parent and the choice they make with their student.
Just to follow up to Trustee Suarez, it's okay. How is that choice being given to the parent? Is there a process where they have to sign a form? Is there?
Yeah, so in all of the documentation we've put out, we make it very clear that per the governor's order, it is not required to wear a mask. However, they can choose to wear a mask. We've also sent out a survey to our parents asking them what their choice will be with regards to masks. So far, we've had about 2,000 responses to the survey that we sent out on Friday, and right now it's tracking at about 88% of parents choosing a mask. That's where we are at this point with that data.
But is the parent going to be asked to sign any documentation of any kind for or against a mask?
To sign a document?
Yes, by the district, just to be sure, because I've heard that they were going to be asked. I just want to be clear that nobody's asking from the district that they're required to sign a permission slip about mask or no mask. I guess is the better way to say it. Are you asking parents to give permission to the child to wear a mask?
Yeah, one of the things is we know that.
I understand your question now.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We know that the
Phrase it.
governor has made it very clear that we can't mandate, but our position is that parents can mandate. So for example, my wife and I have 3 kids in the district, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, and we're signing a permission form so that Gonzalez knows that our children are going to be required to wear a mask. That way the administration can make sure to enforce that, knowing that they have parent permission. And we're gonna do that across the entire system and find a very discreet way of knowing what children have a mandate from the parent. Parent choice, up to the family decision, but once a family like mine makes a decision their children are gonna wear a mask, now the school knows that they have the green light to enforce it.
And conversely, but not having a permit, I'm sorry, Mrs. Benavides, I didn't know how to phrase the question, but.
No, yeah, I understand
I finally
now.
came with the word permission, and
Permission
I'm not even
slip,
sure
right,
that's the
right,
right word. But, so if they don't have that from the parent, then that means the child doesn't have to be putting a mask on.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So we're going to be following up with all of our parents to make sure, 'cause that survey that we sent is in Skyward. So essentially, that is them telling us what their consent is, what their mandate is for their student. Not that we are imposing that mandate, but rather the parent are telling us what their wish is for their student. And so it's sort of an official form in Skyward, I suppose.
I don't know how to address this, and I'm just going to say it, and if it takes offense, then it's on me. It's not that we don't know, or I don't know, or care, or believe. It's just that we're giving parents the choice, because they may believe and they may feel that their child should wear a mask or not, or should be vaccinated if they're 12 years old and above, or not. Because we're not mandating vaccinations to come to school at McAllen ISD for the COVID-19.
We are not.
So, but again, there may be some in the community who may feel that they should or they shouldn't. But that's, the school district as a governing body is not mandating that children must wear a mask or that children must be immunized with COVID-19 above the age of 12. We're not involved in that. That's a parent's choice, and that's our
correct.
position.
The parents are making those choices for their students.
And so I mean, I heard, we understood, I'm sure we all understood, but we are a governing body, and we're not getting involved in the directive of children. That's up to their parents. We are educating in a safe, nurturing environment in our campuses. And so safety is important to our children, but it's one element of the educational process of creating that environment for them. Is that
That's
a fair
correct.
statement?
That's fair.
Anybody see it any other way? Dr.
No,
Gonzalez?
sir, you're spot on. I think that when you look at our approach, we're taking a multi-layered approach. So we're working on filtration systems. We're working on using an antimicrobial agent called Gold Shield. It's a mist that kills bacteria and viruses. Our cleaning practices, changing human behavior with regard to washing hands and using hand sanitizers, social distancing where we can, the desk shields where we can. So it's multi-layered approach. So if a parent and a family chooses that their child's going to wear a mask, and that's a layer that they believe in or that they don't, we respect either for or against. And the same thing with vaccination. It has to be a multi-layered approach, but we also have to respect people's opinions and positions on what's best for their family.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Trustee Farina.
I know that coming up, we're going to be talking about the student code of conduct, but is there going to be some sort of disciplinary ramifications for the bullying of those kids that wear the mask or that don't wear the mask? Is that something that we're looking at? Because you're going to get it from either side if you wear the mask or if you don't wear the mask. So are we prepared to say, okay, parents, if your child tends to bully a child that's wearing a mask or that's not wearing a mask, here are the ramifications that you have to look to?
Yes, and anything that is deemed as bullying or any kind of persistent misbehavior or making other children feel uncomfortable will definitely be addressed like we always have with the student code of conduct. This is just a new variable. Masks have now been introduced, so if anybody feels like they're being singled out or bullied, then that will definitely be addressed, because we want children to come to school and learn, whether they're wearing a mask or not. We want them to come and learn, and whether they're coming with a mask or not, we're going to put them in the safest environment possible, but we don't want anything distracting that, whether it's a mask or any other topic.
And I think we want our parents to know that same sentiment there, that your child is coming here for an education. They'll be safeguarded while they're here. They'll be taken care of. And, you know, there's no reason for concern or caution, shall we say.
Absolutely. I know that, you know, at the end of the day, we have to work as a team, and we have to honor each other's perspectives and opinions. And right now, more than ever, as we heard earlier, there's some pretty adamant people, one way or the other. But we just try to look at what's in front of us and educate children at a world-class level like we always have.
Thank you, sir.
Without being bullied.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions?
Okay. So the TA has said that students who have COVID-19 must exclude those students from attending school in person if they're actively sick or have tested positive. So we will follow that guidance and have the 3 conditions for reentry, which is 10 days, fever-free, at least 24 hours, and symptoms are improving. So we will follow that guidance. Also, for students specifically who have COVID-19, during this exclusion period, the school system can deliver remote instruction. This is a practice that TA is referring to as remote conferencing. We will follow that practice, and the TA has made it clear that the teacher of record is not allowed to teach the students that are remote conferencing. So we understand that, and while the teacher of record is not going to be teaching those students, they of course will guide the qualified individual that internally is being referred to as a student support liaison, and that person will be leading the remote conferencing. In addition, the TA has mentioned to us that they will be providing testing so that we can conduct screening. We don't yet have the PCR tests that they have mentioned that will be arriving, but nonetheless, those should be coming soon. And when we receive those, we will be able to conduct some testing throughout the year as needed with employees and students, but students must have parent consent. And so we will make sure that they have parent consent before we would initiate any sort of testing.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Hypothetical. I have a high school senior and I have a 5th grader. So if my child, my 5th grader is sick with COVID, God forbid, and he has to learn remotely, it won't be with his teacher, it'll be with someone that's assigned to do that. Am I correct?
That's
like,
correct.
Okay, so that's my fifth grader who has one teacher. So now I'm going to look at my senior now who has multiple teachers. And God forbid she gets COVID and she has to do remote learning. Is her biology, English, and economics teacher going to be the same, or how's that going to work?
That's a great question. Ms. B?
Sorry.
Give him a hypothetical answer.
Yeah.
It's the same situation, the same as your son. There will be one student support liaison that will be hired or used at the campus, and that person will get the schedule of your daughter that has 8 teachers, where the coordinators are setting up Google Classrooms to the side of each team. Like say your daughter has physics and calculus, that team of teachers will put that extra work in weekly. So the student support liaison is able to go on the camera with your daughter and know exactly what the teacher has planned. So the teacher of record will still be giving the work
Right.
and leading the instruction for the kids, but the person facing your girl every period to take her attendance, make sure she's connected.
So that won't be a teacher, that'll be instructional.
Well, it's a certified person at each campus. That person has to be a certified teacher.
So in high school, let's just say it, Mac High, how many of those are going to be assigned for that?
Right now, our plan is one.
One? For every student?
One
I mean, so
per campus.
there's 50 kids, that person's in charge of the 50 kids?
Well,
Okay.
well,
Just a question.
right now, it's
We'll
one.
make an adjustment if it gets to that point.
Yeah.
Omaha?
Yes, sir.
Good call.
That Omaha is just Peyton Manning, Audible. Okay, nobody watched TV today.
I saw.
Thank you.
So some changes with regards to students that are defined as close contacts. As you know, individuals who are vaccinated are not considered close contacts anymore. So if you're vaccinated, you don't need to quarantine. So we have implemented that practice. School systems are not required per TEA to conduct COVID-19 contact tracing. McAllen ISD, however, will continue COVID-19 contact tracing and will continue to inform parents and employees.
One more question, sorry.
Yes.
Just because this is a sensitive subject. So is every student required to write down on a form whether or not they've been vaccinated?
They're not required, no.
So how would you know if they're vaccinated or not? They're just their word of, I mean,
We typically ask the students, especially during the contact tracing process, we'll say if you are vaccinated, and typically get that parent can choose to provide that information. Because there is a difference in your quarantine status.
well, that's why I'm asking.
Right. So the parent can then say they are vaccinated
Got
and
it.
therefore they wouldn't quarantine.
So like hypothetically, my kid, you tell my daughter, okay, you have to quarantine for 14 days, and she says, wait a minute, I've been vaccinated, here's my proof. Then
Correct.
okay.
That's exactly right.
That's the only time they would be asked.
That's the process.
Perfect.
So you just mentioned something pretty important there around the 14 days. So we've all been sort of conditioned to know that 14-day quarantine. But the CDC has updated the guidance, and TEA has urged us in that public health guidance to look at that new guidance. So McAllen ISD will be following the TA/CDC guidance for ending the stay-at-home period for quarantine. So it's going to be after day 10 without testing. So students would return on day 11, or after day 7 after receiving a negative PCR acute infection test result. The test must occur on day 5 or later, so therefore they'd be returning on day 8. I do want to mention that if the parents want to continue the 14-day quarantine, they absolutely do have that option, and that those students would be able to remote conference during that time. So the 14-day quarantine is still available, but we're also making the 10-day available and the 7-day with a negative test available. During this stay-at-home period, the school system can deliver remote instruction. So students can receive remote instruction whether they're at home isolating because they tested positive or they're presumed positive with symptoms, or if they're in quarantine because they were a close contact and they were exposed to someone who was positive. So in both scenarios, whether you're isolating or in quarantine, you would be able to receive remote instruction through the remote conference process that's been allowed through TEA.
Sorry. One more question. Well, no, many more questions. But if my child is sick from a stomach bug and is out for 3 or 4 days, do they have access to the remote learning as well, or is it just specific to the COVID patients?
It is specific to the COVID patients because it is for COVID-related illness. But if a student has symptoms that are COVID-like, and they can either choose to isolate or they can get an alternative diagnosis. So for example, we have students who suffer from allergies, right? And so they'll say, they're pretty convinced it's allergies, and if they can give us that alternative diagnosis, then that would satisfy that issue and they'd be able to come home. They'd be able to come to school. Otherwise, we have to presume it's COVID
Right,
because we
but
don't
my
know.
question is, if my kid is at home sick
Mhm.
From something else.
from something else other than COVID, can they still do remote learning?
No, because it's.
No.
Yeah, we would follow our standard procedures that we always use whenever kids are sick, where teachers would work with those particular children and their families in
Got it.
another
Correct.
mode, but we wouldn't be using the student support liaison in that scenario.
The remote learning is specifically for COVID-related diagnosis or condition.
Correct. So just a quick list of what has not changed since 2020 with regards to the safety protocols. Staff and student desk shields in classrooms and cafeterias are still available. Hand washing, more sinks throughout the campus. Sanitizing stations in every classroom and throughout the campus. The respiratory etiquette training. Social distancing as much as possible. At-home screening, that skyward screening that we've been doing on a daily basis is still available. Staff and students with symptoms, or if they've been COVID positive, would stay home. Temperature checks for symptomatic students. Individuals that are positive for COVID-19 would stay home. Contact tracing that then leads to either isolation or quarantine. Intense cleaning and disinfection protocols. COVID-19 awareness and training for staff and students. Notification for a positive case on campus. Positive case data updated on our website. No sharing tables or food sharing. And still trying to limit visitors as much as possible to reduce the spread. So those are items that remain in our safety protocols. Some notable changes from last year is that obviously vaccines are available now for students 12 and older. Again, parent choice. Masks cannot be required per the governor's orders, but masks are encouraged and allowed in our campuses. Ventilation and air purification efforts, that started in late spring and has continued through the summer. A lot of work in that area. Water filling stations, so have been installed so that students do not have to sort of touch that water bubbler. Meals in the cafeterias with shields, so that is back, traditional meal service. Changing quarantine from 14 days to 10 days or 7 days with a negative test, although 14 days is still an option for parents. And remote conference for COVID-19 positive or quarantine cases.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Meals in the cafeteria, and I'm asking this one because I had a parent very specifically ask me about this.
Yes.
Meals in the cafeteria with shields. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so basically, right now, campuses, last year, lunch was in the classroom for the most part. The cafeterias were not available and traditional meal service was not available. Starting this year, we will reopen the cafeterias. There will be a serving line. We'll observe social distancing as the students are approaching the serving line. They'll get their meals, they'll go to their tables, and we have designed desk shields specifically. They're a little bit smaller that can fit in the cafeteria tables, and so the students will have their desk shields at the cafeteria tables, and then they'll have, obviously, their desk shields in their classroom. The ones at cafeterias are a little bit smaller so that we can fit, basically. And then we have an instructional program overview with Ms. B and Dr. De Hoyos that I can bring up. Yeah. Let me bring it up, sorry. Any questions while we bring that up?
Any questions from the board or any comments anybody wants to make at this time? Sorry, Ms. Benavides, we can't help you out.
No worries. I'm pulling it up now.
Well, while we were waiting, we noticed the television set in front of us. For those of you in the back don't know, we as a board can, if we can't see that, we have a TV monitor in front of us, but it just went out a little while ago. So I don't know if anybody's back there.
Dr. De Hoyos unplugged
We
it.
can see you all from here.
Oh, okay, okay. Good. Fair enough. Thank you.
And so this is something that we talked about at the last board meeting because there was a parent in comment about it. But again, there is the face-to-face method of instruction this year. If there is remote, it will be for those students that are medically approved to be taught from home. And the visuals that we have is trying to and this will be conferences with the parents because remote instruction last year when we ran 2 method of instruction allowed for different variations on screen time. And this is trying to show that it will be face-to-face, real-time, every period. So if you're a senior in high school and you're approved to be at home, you would be checking in with your teacher that will have kids in front of her class and have those at home. You'll be checking in every period with her, and she'll be going on with instruction through the day. Something that was noted for the secondary, if you are participating if you're approved to be remote instructing from home, you will not be able to participate in any of the extracurricular activities, nor attend the activities offered by the school. Understandably, because you're very sick, you need to stay clear of that. Also, we will not rank remote learning from home. It will be ranked only face-to-face. So those are real serious conversations that once an application does come through, that the parent and the administration need to review with each other to make sure that they're feeling ready for that. This is meant to inspire and just help people know, because I'm sure there's people concerned about the loss of learning. And so this is just to give you an overview on the type of curriculum and instruction people at Central and at campus that have been hired. And these are people with their master's degree in curriculum instruction and specific reading degrees. And they're meant to be exactly what they say, supporting the teachers. You can go to the next one. This is that 3-part world of elementary. The top tier is the pre-K kids with 3 and 4, and the second tier is the kinder through second when they're learning to read, and then the last tier is your 3 through 5 when they're reading to learn. And what we're driving home real strong with those arrows, and that's required by TEA, you must prove that you are bringing back and spiraling those vital standards of the prior year. So we're trying to visualize there in the visual that they learn in their blocks for 90 to 120 minutes every day, Monday through Friday, but we do kick into a front load at the end of each week, as that's showing you on the right-hand side for reading and math, that they will be picking up standards from the prior year and combining it with this year. That blue box is what always happens in our schools, but we want to show it that they are, in addition to their block that they have 5 days a week, they're also prescribed a reteach or an enrich period. And so if something about the lesson that week stumped them, they're prescribed into a special group there, and it's prescription per student. If they're doing fine, then they're enriched. So that's the famous reteach and enrich that the McAllen elementary schools are very well known for, and that visualizes the science and the social studies. This is an overview from Dr. De Hoyos on the type of services that she's going to be providing in the classrooms in the world of counseling and meeting their needs. Dr. De Hoyos?
Yes, the primary goal in public school is students' education. And so when it comes to the social emotional aspect of students, the counseling department looks at what barriers or what challenges students go through in every day. And so with these supports, that's what we'll be looking and trying to help the students with these challenges, these barriers that they're coming to school with that are in the way of them to maximize their learning. And so these are some of the supports that we had already talked in the previous board meetings, and how we're utilizing our counseling team along with social workers and therapists. One of the great things of McAllen ISD is that we do have a comprehensive counseling program, and we have here the tier approach, which is tier 1. It's all the preventive efforts that we have in place. Our tier 2, the interventions, which are more individualized to individual students or groups of students. And then tier 3, which is a great accomplishment and celebration that here at McAllen ISD, we have that treatment tier, the support for treatment. And obviously that is provided by therapists, our partners, mental health partners, and also our family treatment program. So this is an overview of elementary. We also have one for middle school and secondary as we go through the presentation.
Again, since this was going to the public, we just wanted to reinforce that the bell schedule was the normal day and let them know what that is. And so that's what these are showing. And then we then again kind of gave an overview of what's happening in 6th, 7th, and 8th. A big advantage that McAllen has is the block time that we have for reading our, you can go to the next one. A big advantage that we have in middle school is that there's block math classes, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and we have a block 7th grade class. You can go advance to the visual. This is again there you go. This is, yeah, that's fine. Again, letting the parents know that it's face-to-face and real-time instruction. If anyone was trying to connect to the prior year, what it was, secondary was doing a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, face-to-face or synchronous when they were remote, and they were Tuesday, Thursday, async. So we're letting anyone face-to-face know or at home that we're bringing home the instruction 5 days a week, 8 periods a day. And these are visuals that are showing, again, the certified team of central and campus people that are hired to support the teachers, writing their resources for them, preparing all of the lessons for them so that that teacher's ready to just face those kids and teach. And this is that same visual like you saw in elementary. And again, very concerned parents, like my kid didn't learn anything in 5th grade math, or I didn't see my kid do, my kid, just different concerns from parents. And this is meant to inspire and reassure them that if they took the STAR test in the spring, 50% of them did in middle school, and we have a score that they pass, then they're going to go on and we're going to accelerate. We're going to teach this year, and we will also front load prior learning. So if that kiddo was remote and passed, they're still going to be enriched. If it's one of them that failed, well, then the parent's like, wow, they took the test and they failed, and how are we going to make up that learning? And this is showing you that, again, that concept or that recipe or prescription that every Friday there will be a front load lesson made by the CNI team for all of the teachers in every subject of the selected vital standard from the prior year that matches the current week's lesson. So it's a prereq, a scaffold, and meant to close the gaps. If they're still seeing that there's gaps, again, they'll start doing their extra AM, PM. The only way to close gaps is to supplement. And so that's when we start doing the stuff that's after school, Saturdays. But those prescriptions aren't ready to be made yet because we want to see how they do through the fall. High school, same thing. The instruction will go through for the 8 periods, and any of those STAR tests that were failed or EOC tests that were failed or they were forfeited, then we will do an analysis on them with a beginning of the year exam. and then continue to teach. So this is our overview for the learning. And again, there it is from Dr. De Hoyos, her support for middle and high school with counseling.
I appreciate the forethought and the reconnect to go back and the block scheduling and to do this instruction on the daily, because it really is critical to bring them back to, as much as we would love to say that a huge amount of kids didn't miss out on learning. That's just not the case. I mean, anytime we're not in the classroom or constantly being reinforced with that learning, we know that learning is lost. So I appreciate the amount of support that each campus and each group and each team are getting. The counseling department just really buckling down and coming up with a good, solid plan. I'm confident that our kids are going to come back and they're going to get the supports that they need. And I'm probably most proud of this particular piece, because as far as the safety and the health concerns, we're doing everything that's possible with the resources and the guidance from the governor and the CDC and however we can, and that's pretty much across the board everywhere. But this piece right here really is critical to future success, because this was a really horrible year for learning for everybody, including as adults. So thank you so very much to the entire team for really coming together and coming up with a plan that's going to take them in that, the three-tiered approach to make sure that you're catching them at every level and catching them up where they need to or accelerating them where they are. I appreciate it so very much. Thank you to everybody involved.
Thank you, Trustee Pena. I think you speak for all of us, I'm sure, most definitely. Any other questions or comments from the board? Does this conclude your presentation? Very good work. Thank you very much. Looking very positively and very hopeful for this coming year. And to the teachers and staff involved in developing the plans this summer that spent their time and energy to do that, kudos to you. God bless. We really, really appreciate it. And we know we're going to reap the benefits in our children in the year to come. Going now to 12B2, report regarding college admission, financial aid, and scholarships. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The college specialist assisted the class of 2021 in the submission of college scholarships and financial aid. This year, McAllen ISD class of 2021 students earned a total of $44,817,054 in scholarships. And Mrs. Norma Cabrera Brewer, our Director for College and Career and Counseling, will provide a presentation on this item, and this is for information purposes only.
Thank you. Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez. I'm here to provide you with an overview of the college readiness initiatives and the students that completed the admissions applications, the FAFSA application, and scholarships. So here we have the first slide, and this all falls under Focus Area 1, which is part of the Champion Project, Student Achievement, Student Focus. Under college admissions applications, students apply to at least one college, and here you have year-to-year review. For Mac High, we have 445 students, and all of them submitted an application. For Memorial High School, we have 425 students, and 420 of them submitted an application for college. That's 98.82%. At Rowe High School, we had 437 seniors, 434 submitted a college application. That's 99.31%. At Lamar IB, all 83 students submitted their college applications. Then we have Lamar Options, which is 86 students. All of them submitted either an application or opted out of the program, because they can also submit a form stating that they're either joining the military or the workforce. And then we have at Achieve Early College, we had 128 students and we had 100%. So if you compare the seniors of 2020 and 2021, most of them, with the exception of Memorial, was an increase in the area of college admissions and college applications. Next slide. Under the area of financial aid, we have been improving every year. This year, 21-22 will be the first year that TEA will require that every student submits a financial aid application or a form to opt out of the financial aid application. And if here at McAllen High School, we had 100% of the students submit a financial aid application. At Memorial High School, we had 418 students out of 425, so that's a 98.35%. At Rowe High School, we had 426 students out of 437 submit an application. We were at 97.48%. At Lamar IB, all students submitted a financial aid application. At Options, they either submitted an application or they opted out, but that service was also provided to our highly at-risk population that attends Lamar Options. And at Achieve Early College High School, 128 students. So if you compare the seniors of 2020 and 2021, all of those percentages increased. Our goal for this year is to have 100% because this is the first year where we'll report the financial aid application, number of students that applied for financial aid to TEA as part of our reporting system through PEAMS. But we have done, our staff has done a great job of working with those students. We have staff members at the high schools that are under the college admission specialist or college and career specialist and our counselors. It's a team effort. Everyone works closely with the students, but our college admission specialists sit down with every single one of those students and provides them with the resources, information, so that they can make sure that they apply. And we have systems in place to monitor data. We can monitor data directly from the FAFSA online service to see which students have applied, which ones have not completed the application, which ones have completed, so that we can follow up with the students. Also, parent meetings are in place.
Mrs. Cabrera, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Rich.
I'm sorry.
No, you're doing great. Just Trustee Farina wants
Okay,
to ask a
sorry.
question, if you will.
I simply wanted to, I know that we do our financial aid night where we have all the colleges that are present at the universities. I'd like to do something for the parents, a FAFSA Friday, in which you bring parents that maybe aren't up to speed on FAFSA, that don't, they're not very familiar with it, because I get that quite a bit where, hey, how can I get this information on FAFSA? And as much as you just tell them, well, go to FAFSA.edu, some parents just need that extra time, and I think if we can make it available to our students, to those parents that may not be computer literate, that may not have that ability, I think if we can put together a packet and say, these are Friday events that we want to do at each of the high schools, and Dr. De Oz is telling me that she's already got that plan, so I'll stop there.
Yes, Mr. Fortina. We've been doing FAFSA Fridays for a while, and I think that is one of the efforts that has helped us with the percentages. As you see, previous year, the 19th and 2019, 2020, our remote instruction hurt us there because it was at the second part of the year. But previous years, we've been getting, if not 100%, very close to those percentage. But we do have that effort already in place, but we can always better it.
Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we'll be meeting with our college admission specialists to ensure that we have FAFSA parent events in both English and Spanish, because if they don't complete the FAFSA, they can complete the TASFA for students that are not residents.
Right.
And we have that information available for them, but we'll definitely look into that. The next slide is on scholarships. And here you have the different scholarships that we have secured. We have scholarships in the business and foundations, parent and school organizations, memorial scholarships, community organizations, military scholarships, and university and colleges. So you have in each column the different scholarships that our students secure. And then across you have, for example, at McAllen High School, you have the comprehensive high school was able to secure $9.9 million in scholarships. And then you've got the students that participate in the IB program that secured $2.9 million in scholarships. So a total of that was, $10,662,000 and $2,935,000. So for McAllen High School, you had a total of $13,597,945. So that's the amount that was secured for McAllen High. For McAllen Memorial, $13,661,852. At Nicky Rowe, we had $12,644,121. At Lamar Academy, we had $85,352. And at Achieve Early College High School, we had $4,873,284. But I do want to show the difference between the comprehensive high school on the third to the last column and the IB students. So that's the different, the comprehensive high school, the numbers are denoted in black, and then the IB students, they're in a light blue. So that you can see that we had a lot of students that applied for scholarships, but we work very, very closely with those students. There's a lot of scholarships that are out there, but we're going to be looking for more, because the more we can help our students, the better prepared they are to move on to post-secondary education. So that was a total of $44,862,554. So that was a total amount that we secured for all schools. The next slide has a year-to-year comparison. So we have the 18-19, the seniors of 2019 and seniors of 2020, and those are in the red columns. So the McAllen High School, we have $13,597,945. McAllen Memorial, $13,661,852. Nicky Rowe, $12,644,121. Lamar Academy, $85,352. And Achieve Early College High School, $4,873,284. So you can see there a comparison year to year. We have seen a little decrease from seniors of 2020 to seniors of 2021. One of the reasons behind that is that the pandemic hit in March of 2020. So a lot of this legwork had already been in place. And in March, when students were working remotely, staff was still following up with those students and connecting with them remotely to secure scholarship applications and things like that. Last year, they were working remotely primarily, so it was a little bit more challenging to find those students and make sure that they applied for college on time and submit their applications. Before, the college admission specialist would just go to a classroom and find the child. It was a bit more challenging to locate that child while they were at home, or sometimes ignoring some of the calls. So it was a little more challenging, but we're hoping to increase those numbers drastically this year. And then the last slide has a comparison from year to year. So we went from 54 million down to 44 million, so that's about 9.1 million less. One of the other reasons that this happened, we did meet with our staff, and our staff shared that a lot of students were struggling with remote learning, so several of them opted to stay close by and opted to apply at UTRGV or STC because they were afraid to leave and continue with the remote learning elsewhere. So that affected the university scholarship numbers. And like I said, remote learning did pose a challenge, but we're hoping to increase that and to secure additional scholarships for our students. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I have some questions. I'm not a senior dad, right? But I'll ask these questions anyways. I am a senior dad, so I'm going to ask these questions. Hypothetically, when is the appropriate time to start applying for these scholarships? Number one.
Okay. It's important that they know when the scholarships are available. They can start from November, their senior year, December, their senior year. They're applying for college during those months. So the earlier, the better. They have to be seniors. However, as a district, we need to provide them that information prior to senior year. So we work very hard to make sure that our 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th graders are well prepared so they know what to look for when the time comes, and also inform our parents.
Okay. Second, is there a list of scholarships that they can apply for? And if so, where do they get this list from?
They do have a senior plan book, and the plan book does have a list of scholarships. That's a fluid list because scholarships keep coming from all different directions, and we try to update that list. But we will definitely include that on our website. Now we have Ms. Jody Peña, who will also be helping us with college readiness. She's a college readiness coordinator. So we'll be developing the website so the parents have easy access and links so they can go in there, regardless of what schools the students attend, but they can directly go in there and apply for those scholarships, and it'll be like a live document because it changes every day.
I hope my wife's listening. She didn't think I was here, but I told her to get online. So it's specifically because I knew you were coming up and she needs to listen to this stuff. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Any more questions?
Trustee Penn?
I don't. It's good information.
I thought you were signaling me, I'm sorry.
I was making sure he was listening.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Ms. Cabrera, this is a wealth of information. Really, really appreciate the work you and your staff are doing. I do have a question. Do you happen to know, or Dr. De Hoyos, how many students from IB received their international diploma, baccalaureate diploma? It should have been in July. I don't know if they should already know the results. Do we know?
I can get that information.
If you would share that with the board, I'd appreciate it.
We can
Thank you.
provide it in the update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Good
it.
evening.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to 12B4, report regarding intention to apply for Texas COVID Learning Acceleration Support, which is the TCLAS grant, fund grant. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The Texas COVID Learning Acceleration Support is a set of funding and targeted supports available to local education agencies to accelerate student learning in the wake of COVID-19, utilizing state and federal funds. Ms. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for General Operations, will provide a report, and this report is for information purposes only. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Like I mentioned earlier, if you're going to apply for any grants that have federal funds, then you must report that intent at a board meeting. So this is our official intent to apply for the T-Class Fund grant, and Laura Williams actually spoke to this during her ESSER update. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? More clarification?
Good luck.
Ms. Williams, is there anything specific you want to add, or you think we should know that you thought about after you walked away, or you got it all in the first take?
No, sir, got it all in the first take.
Good for you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good answer. Good answer. 12B5, report regarding intention to apply for the Emergency Connectivity Fund grant. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The Emergency Connectivity Grant is a funding opportunity that will assist in providing tools and services the community needs for remote learning during the COVID-19 emergency period. And Ms. Arely Benavides will give us more information. This is for information purposes only.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Same thing. This is our official notice that we intend to apply for the Emergency Connectivity Fund grant. Ms. Judith Escamilla will be leading this effort. The application for this is due in 4 days, and we are going to be focusing on devices, technology, equipment. It's mostly for connectivity, so we're really focused on devices, hotspots, things of that nature.
Thank you, Ms. Benavides. Any questions or comments from the board? Just real quick, how many of those connected hotspots did the district issue out to our students and staff?
I'll have to get that number to you, Mr.
Okay,
Avila.
don't worry, if you happen to know it, it would be perfect. If not, don't worry. Thank you. We'll now go to 12B7, report regarding the 2021 anticipated collection rate and 2020 excess debt tax collections. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. The district must consider anticipated collections in calculating the debt component of its rollback tax rate, now titled Voter Approved Rate. Tonight, Mrs. Cindy Medrano Richards, our Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will share more information, and this item is for information purposes only. Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. The Hidalgo County Tax Assessor Collector, Mr. Paul Villar, has submitted the 2021 McAllen ISD anticipated collection rate and excess 2020 debt collections for board review. The estimated collection rate for the year 2021 has been projected at the 100% rate, and consequently, no excess debt tax collections are to be reported in Schedule B of the 2020 Debt Service Report. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none. Let me catch up. We'll now proceed to 12B8, report regarding tax collected for May 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. This item is for information purposes only. Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. The May 2021 year-to-date collections are $87,967,269.06. The collection rate for current taxes is 96.22% versus 95.53% in the prior year. The collection rate for delinquent taxes is 33.11% versus 27.14% in the prior year. And the collection rate for rollback taxes is 62.95% compared to 69.24% in the prior year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll go to 12B10, report regarding the monthly financial and investment report for May 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Okay. Was that 12B9?
12B10, this is page 90.
12B9. We're on
12B9, I'm sorry. Report regarding tax collected for June 2021. This is 12B9.
Yes, sir. And this item is for information purposes only. Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. For June 30th or through June 30th, 2021, the taxes collected were $88,459,934.63. The collection rate for current taxes was 96.65% versus 96.45% in the prior year. The collection rate for delinquent taxes was 34.69 versus 28.76 in the prior year, and the collection rate for the rollback is 51.31% versus 57.03 from the prior year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing now we'll now go to 12B10, report regarding the monthly financial investment report for May 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This report is for information purposes only. Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Through May 31st, 2021, the year-to-date revenues are $204,029,653. The year-to-date expenditures are $212,592,923, resulting in expenditures over revenues of $8,563,270.
Thank you, Ms. Richards.
Next.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Got ahead of you.
Yes, sir. Next, I'll report on the May 31st, 2021 monthly investment report. The beginning market value was $149,141,839, and the ending market value was $145,269,409. The average yield to maturity for the period was 0.144%. Interest earnings through May 31st, 2021 were $323,036.62. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll go to 12B11, report regarding the Interlocal Cooperative Agreement 2020-022, Region 1, ECS Local Assessment Fee for Special Projects Cooperative. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. McAllen ISD is required to report fees paid for purchases through this cooperative agreement in accordance with the Texas Education Code, Chapter 44, Section 44.0331. Ms. Richards will give us more information. She'll answer any questions you might have, and this is for information purposes only.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. The district utilizes the contracts available through purchasing cooperatives as an additional resource. For the Region 1 ESC local assessment fees for special service projects cooperatives, the district paid $24,618.67 in membership fees for the 2020-2021 school year using budgeted funds. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll go to 12B12, report regarding Interlocal Cooperative Agreement number 2020-041, Region 1, ECS, ECS Personnel Services Cooperative. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. And this item is for information purposes only, much like the item before. Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Again, the district utilizes the contracts available through purchasing cooperatives as an additional resource. For the Region 1 ESC Personnel Services Cooperative, the district paid $7,808 in membership fees for the 2020-2021 school year using budgeted funds. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll go to item 12B13, report regarding interlocal cooperative agreement 2020-008, Region 1, ECS, Library Services and Instructional Resources Cooperative. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This item is for information purposes only. Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. The district utilizes the contracts available through purchasing cooperatives as additional resources. For the Region 1 ESC Library Services and Instructional Resources Cooperative, the district paid $71,766.40 in membership fees for the 2020-2021 school year. The district's membership fees for the 2021-2022 school year will be $69,126.40 using budgeted funds. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just a quick question. if I
Yes,
may.
sir, Trustee Vell.
Ms. Richards, these three add up to about $100,000. Are there other fees we pay Region 1 aside from these three?
I'm not sure about that. I would imagine we would, but I can ask Ms. Gonzalez. Okay.
So those are all the checks we write to Region 1 for, okay, thank you.
For membership fees, yes. If we go to workshops, we'll pay for that, those kinds of things or anything like that, but just for the memberships, it's based on ADA.
Okay, thank you.
So she's
Appreciate it.
indicated just these three.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
so
President.
much. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Trustee Vell. We'll now go to our consent agenda. There's items 13A to 13N. Is there any items that a board member wishes to pull? If not, I would need a motion to consent all those items.
I move to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Vella. Trustee Farina is the second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. Motion carries. The consent agenda as presented has been approved. We'll now proceed to items 14A, there's,
14B2.
B2, 14B2. Thank you, Trustee Farina. 14B2, approval of the 2021-2022 Student Code of Conduct. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. As per Chapter 37.001, the Texas Education Code, the Board of Trustees shall adopt a student code of conduct for the district, and the code of conduct must be posted and prominently displayed at each campus. Administration is recommending action on this item.
Move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Farina. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trustee Suarez. Any discussion under 14B2, Code of Conduct? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. Motion carries. We'll now proceed to 14B. Good night, John. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good work. I'm so sorry. We should have probably organized that. I didn't know he was waiting for that. 14B3, discussion of update for board policy BED local board meeting, public participation. This is the first reading, and this is actually the area in which we had some conversation earlier today. So we may be able to have an opportunity to discuss it. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration is recommending a revision to board policy BED local to allow public comments at all board meetings on any topic related to the school district business or is within the board's control or jurisdiction, regardless of whether the topic is on the agenda posted with the notice of the meeting. This item is for information purposes only, and Mr. Miller has more information.
Good evening. As you can see on the screen up there, we're changing or proposing the change to public comment at all, cross out regular, at all board meetings. The board shall permit public comment on any topic relevant to district business and within the board's authority, regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting, and we're eliminating the special meetings phrase right there. And this is first reading. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is being brought forward just for edification of the board and for the public to know. At our officers' meeting, the three of us were discussing it, Trustee Aliceta, Trustee Fonina, and myself, with Dr. Gonzalez. And right now, if it's on a special meeting, if it's not on that agenda, you cannot bring up any business that you may be interested as a public. You have to wait for a regular meeting. And a regular meeting, it could be any topic, not just agenda items. What this hopes to do is negate that, and it's any meeting, any topic, so long as it's in the purview of the district, and more importantly, of the Board of Trustees. So that's the reason this is happening, because we were having folks calling office, and you probably got word too, saying, I want to sign up for public comment, but I was told I could not because it was a special meeting and it's not on the agenda. So there were folks waiting, sometimes months, to get to talk on a subject because they had to wait for a regular meeting. And if, like July, we had 2 special meetings, no regular meeting, as an example. So that's the reason.
I have a question.
Yes.
There's 2 parts to this. The first is that you can speak at a special board meeting, and the second is that you can speak on any subject that's, even if it doesn't pertain to it being on the agenda. Am I correct?
Right.
Yes, sir. Trustee Bell.
It's a quick question. Where's the time constraint in this policy?
It's on this page, too.
Is it on here?
It should be. Nope, it isn't. I thought it was.
That's actually in the procedures for open meetings. I think it's covered on the sign-in sheet. They have 2 minutes.
No, but the board vote, we had discussion on there. It is in the policy. Can somebody look it up real quick? And I thought it was in this policy.
While they're looking up, can I ask a question? I know during COVID, we had to film public comment, but now that we're not in that disaster state, do we still have to film and air public comment?
We don't.
It's there.
And are we currently filming
is
it and airing it?
That's one, right?
Can we
Yes.
cease doing that?
Yes.
Procedures?
It's under meeting management. Is it meeting management? I just saw, I'm sorry, trustee
No,
Lisetta.
no.
I'm trying to find the time. I thought the
It-
time was here.
It's here, sir. If I may interrupt, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Where it says the procedures, look at the 3rd paragraph, except as permitted by this policy and the board's procedures on public comment, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 2 minutes per meeting.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So.
Looking for a number, but okay.
Yeah, it threw me off as well. I do recall us having this conversation, and, some of us were, because under the old public comment, it was 5 minutes for public comment at a regular meeting, and it was posted for 6:15 for 45 minutes. And when this bill was passed, that was taken out, and so we then had to make a decision under public comment at every meeting. And at that time, the board decided to go for the 2 minutes. But since this is up for revision, if we want to discuss changing that, this is a time to make that edit. But it would have to go to another reading, because this would not count as the first reading.
Apart from the time limit, like 2 to 5 minutes, whatever that is there also a time limit when, like, is there 30 minutes worth of?
Good question. Under the old policy, before the statute was written, there was. And so everybody had to talk, and even if you had the same subject, like tonight we had several people who had the same subject, they would get directive, they had to get together and choose a spokesperson for 5 minutes. So you wouldn't have 5 minutes for, like we saw tonight, 6 individuals for one subject and another 4 individuals for the other. That is gone now. Under the
So-
law, you cannot restrict time. So that was one of the concerns, to your question real quick, that TASB was a little concerned with us changing this, is you could have a long line of individuals that could, and if you stay at the 2 minutes and you have 30, 40 people between breaks and all that, it would be a very long public comment period. Yeah, to answer your question, there is no limit. It's 2 minutes during that meeting for every single person. Now, there was one gentleman said that he could go back in line. No, you're only, each person, it even states that, each person per meeting is allowed 2 meetings. So he could not sign up for 2 or 3 different topics, 2 minutes for each topic. No, it's 2 minutes for each person for public comment to the board
So we
at
could
each
be here
meeting.
for 2 hours, listening to 2 minutes worth of stuff.
If the public had that kind of concern, yes, we.
So if we're going to allow for topics that are not relevant to the agenda, we could end up with a lot of comments on a lot of stuff that's not relevant to that agenda. So.
To answer your question, it's true, yes. Or you could use the other argument that you're going to hold on and as the public gets aware, that you have, a lag time there, more and more folks are going to build up. I mean, the argument could be made either way. But you're right, yeah. And that's a caution that
I
Tasby
guess that's
did.
my concern is, people should be allowed to speak on what's on the agenda, because that's the matter at hand. Now, if we open it up to just talk about whatever topic you want to talk about, I mean.
Well, they already have that right under special meeting, just to be clear. Under a
But
special
for
meeting, it could
regular-
be anything.
And for regular meetings, I'm talking about. So we could potentially have a long line of people here just talking about pretty much anything. What was the board's reason for wanting to change this language? Like, why are we doing this right now? Why are we changing this language?
Actually, that was myself. I suggested that so that you didn't have to wait for a month to talk about something. For instance, people wanted to come and speak about Crockett, but it wasn't on the agenda, so they couldn't. So they had to wait a month or two to come speak to us. So I spoke to President Saldivar, and I suggested that we open up our policy in order to be more transparent, in order to give our taxpayers more ability to speak to us as a group, if they could come to speak at any public comment. And I too, I do not have a problem with adding more minutes, with going to the 5 minutes. I do have a problem with televising it, and I know that we had to do that because of COVID mandate. But now that we're not in that position, I would like that we not televise public comment. But I do not have a problem with switching it to 5 minutes and allowing them to discuss whatever they want to discuss. I think that if you're angry enough to come and speak to this board, we should listen.
To Trustee Aliceda's point, and so you don't take it off. When we were discussing it, I too believe, I was one of the advocates to keep it as 5 minutes back in the day, back when we had to make the transition, for the reasons Trustee Aliceda. If we serve at the discretion and the purview of those that govern, and so those individuals that have elected us, if they want to come here and discuss issues of concern. And I think where it started, the thread of conversation was especially with ESSER. We have a lot of folks that are kind of wanting us to know how to use ESSER funds to their children's benefit. So the whole idea is, again, is so there's no confusion or misunderstanding of folks being missed from being able to state what their concerns may be. Being a political science major, I want to hear from the public, even if it's not pleasant. And I think 5 minutes is fair. Now, as to Mr. Crane, and if you don't know the answer right now, that's fine, but it's by statute, are we allowed to not televise public comment? Do you know?
I need to check on that and get back to you.
Yeah, because I know State Representative Canales, that was one of his other concerns, is we were not televising. So I don't know if it made the bill or not. So I don't recall. So anyway, this is a first reading. I mean, any other thoughts, questions, Trustee Suarez?
I tend to agree with the entire board of the 5 minutes, but just to clarify something, and I just don't want it to be misled, I don't think that allowing people not to speak on something means that we're not being transparent. I don't think we're trying to hide anything from anyone. No. To Ms. Aliceda's point, it's true, if they want to speak about something at a special board meeting, they should be able to. But I tend to agree with Mrs. Peña that if they're going to speak about issue, it should be the issue at hand. Yeah, I think that a lot of people, I know my cell phone number is, I know a lot of board members' cell phone is on the website. They could call us. We could talk about things before it comes to the board. Our concerns are always addressed to administration. So there's other means, but I don't think we should restrict them to 2 minutes, but I do think that we should restrict them to what's on the agenda. If not, it could get really crazy on the things that they talk about that we can't even make decisions on.
Just to be clear, on the regular meetings, you cannot restrict. They can talk about any subject they want on a regular. It doesn't have to be on the agenda. It's only the special board meeting that you're restricting.
Okay.
See? So Trustee Aliceda brought up a very good point. There are some months, if you don't follow your normal first and fourth meeting of the month, it becomes a special meeting. And there were several months where we didn't have it because of our schedules. So you could go 2 or 3 months, and technically it's a special meeting and not a regular board meeting. and therefore they could not talk about anything that they have a concern about except what's on the agenda for special. Regular board meetings, under the statute, you can talk about any subject. Tonight's a regular, they got to talk about anything that wasn't on the agenda.
Right.
All this does is to clarify to the public that the board's available at every meeting.
Right, because the public doesn't understand the difference between a special and a
Exactly.
regular. They just want to, they just
Wanna be
want to.
heard.
Yeah, they just want to be heard, so we just figured that was an easier way.
But for regular meetings, which are, the way they're posted in the policy, I think it's the first and fourth Monday of the month, or second and fourth Monday of the month. Those are considered regular. If you don't have it on that day, then it becomes a special meeting, and then only subjects on that agenda of a special meeting can be discussed. Where if it had been left alone in a regular, they could have talked about anything. Give it a thought. We're not voting tonight. That's the beauty of this. And if we're going to make any suggestions regarding the time, what's the consensus there about expanding it to 5 minutes instead of 2
But
minutes?
that's on a different, that's not on this, right?
Yeah, it is on this. It can be discussed today because it is on the agenda. This policy is up for review.
If I may,
Yes.
you're exactly right. This is the first reading, so if we change it from 2 to 5, I'd just go back to Kathy Lennon, she'd come back and change it to 5, and come back for another first reading. with
Right.
The new 5.
Again, we will not, if we change it from 2 to 5, we would not vote at the next meeting because now it's a first reading for the first time. So you're actually going to get more time to think about it. Is there any thoughts there? I feel 5 minutes is fair.
I as well.
Anybody feel
I'm
different?
good with the 5 minutes. I didn't have an issue with that.
Anybody who's okay with the 5, or anybody that wants to leave it with the 2? We've heard, we're not voting, we're not polling, we're just getting a feel.
Okay.
No, you don't, nobody has to say, I'm just giving you a chance. Then at this point, let's go ahead and put the 5 minutes for right now. It will go back to a first reading and give us a chance to think about it and talk about it some more. We're not going to rush through this.
I'm good with the 5 minutes, but I would want it to specify that it can only talk about items at hand, rather than somebody come up and discuss something that we have essentially no clue about.
But you can't, just because of Open Meetings Act.
But on special meetings, you can.
To that point, they can speak to non-district business. They could talk about,
Well, actually.
Today's Tim Smith's birthday, and he raised so much money.
It
Yeah.
states here,
I'm sorry, go ahead. What-
yes, sir, to your point, trustee Vela, it's a really good point. and-
Relevant to district business within the board's authority, okay. So only what the board can act on.
Exactly. Exactly. So as your analogy or your example, that since Mr. Smith doesn't work for us and we have no purview over him.
We cannot allow that.
No. That'll be tough. I mean, as we saw tonight, it can be tough to tell somebody, I'm sorry, but that's not a topic but we'd have to do that.
Can you turn off the mic?
I will say we need a mute button. I mean, just for fairness, there needs to be a way to stop people from speaking.
That's a good point, trustee.
I mean, I think we all agree. It takes guts to get up there and speak their mind. I mean, we can't take that away from people. It's, whether we agree with them or not, to get in front of a board, it's tough. So, I also agree 5 minutes is enough time. 2 minutes is kind of rushed. But I honestly believe that in special board, it's just my opinion, special board meetings, it should be specifically to what's on the agenda. That's just my opinion.
I hear you. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and add the 5 days. One thing one class I took one time is, democracy isn't pretty, but the alternative is far worse. So, yeah.
So is it possible to have two different readings? Because let's just say, and I'm not saying it would, but if we all agree on the 5 minutes, but we don't agree on that, then the whole thing just,
No, well, now it's going to go back to a first reading.
I understand.
Yeah.
But your first reading that we're going to do is 5 minutes and let them talk openly at special board meetings.
Okay?
Let's just say it doesn't pass. That would mean that the whole 5 minutes and the fact that they could speak about it at the special board meeting, if we were to shoot that down, that means the 5 minutes doesn't pass either, right?
But it's not my call. It's one, the way it works is when the policy is being reviewed, it's the entire policy. Is that correct?
Right, but you're changing two parts of the policy. My question is, why don't we separate first readings? One, whether or not it should be 5 minutes, and the other one, whether or not they could speak about anything in a special board meeting.
Are we allowed to do that, and, that we can have an A and a B?
I'm not aware. I'd have to follow up with Kathy London on that.
Let's look
but
into that, and
Tonight's the
that's-
first reading for just what's on the screen right there, so.
Yes, if we take, we've never done it that way, but it doesn't say you can't have a first time, and things do change. So let's look at, if Kathy London says that that is allowed under procedures for approving a policy, if we can take it in aggregates. The first being, this is the first reading for the top part, so it's subject to a second reading. You know what, let's do this. Let's leave this as a first reading without adding the 5 days. It'd be a lot easier.
Yeah.
And then let's put it on the next, August the 30th will be the second reading, and we'll make a decision on that. And then at that time, we'll then call for another amendment of the 5 days, and that'll take us into September.
5 minutes, because 5 days to speak is going to be
5
long.
days, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Would that make more sense?
Yeah.
I think that'll be cleaner and easier. Is that okay with you, Trustee Suarez?
Not
That
to
gives,
throw a
that gives
wrench
us more time to really contemplate. Okay.
Not to throw a wrench in it, but there could also be, if we all wanted to be able to speak about anything for special meetings, we could limit it to 2 minutes and keep 5 minutes
Look
for.
at you making things complicated. I like that.
I mean, that could be a way to, a
don't
middle
want
of the
that.
road. Just a thought.
It is a good thought.
But-
Talk
but-
to Kathy London, what Trustee Alicea also said, if not, take what we just discussed, but if we can have maybe, leave it the same way reading there, but now add another one, but for special meetings, when you get down to procedures, divide that out, let's see how it says. An individual's comment to the board shall not exceed 5 minutes for regular meeting, for all meetings, or regular meetings, and 2 minutes for special meetings. Does that come close?
I think that might be Trustee Suarez, how do you feel about that?
Say yes.
We can talk about it after the meeting. Because if not, we're going to be here forever. Let's go.
But, Mr. President, this proposal right here takes special meetings off this paragraph right
Yeah, I
here.
know, that's clearly the problem. Let's just go with plan that we just said. Let's go with this one for the second reading.
Okay.
And this just buys us time, a couple of meetings for us to talk about options, and Trustee Suarez to help us with the language as well.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on board policies? Thank you. We'll now proceed to 14B4, approval of 2021-2022 Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support System, commonly referred to T-TEST calendar. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. McAllen ISD Board of Trustees annually approve the appraisal calendar specifying the time frame in which a teacher appraisal must occur, and we are requesting action on this item.
So move.
Moved by Trustee Suarez, seconded by Trustee Farina. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 5-0. Proceed to 14B6, approval of the revision for 2021-2022 board approval stipends. Dr. Gonzalez.
We're on 14B5, sir.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so
we missed.
sorry. We just 14B5.
No, we did B4.
Now on 14B5, which is approval of the well then, let me
No, it's
back up.
14B6.
sir.
14B.
Yeah, that's correct, we are. We just read, it was a calendar we approved, now we're on 14B5, which is approval of 2021-2022 list of certified Texas Teacher Evaluation Support System, commonly known as T-TEST appraisers. So now we're on that.
So move.
Second.
Been moved by Trustee Suarez, seconded by Trustee Alicea. All in favor signify, any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 5-0, motion carries. 14B6 now, approval of revisions for 2021-2022 board approval stipends. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. On June 14, 2021, administration presented a list of stipends as part of the annual budget. Mr. Todd Miller, our Assistant Superintendent for HR, will discuss proposed stipend revisions for the 21-22 school year, and administration is recommending action on this item. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. So as you see on the screen here are the 9 proposed ESSER stipends. And this is being brought to the board, instead of changing teacher contracts to take them into an AE or administrative education type position, we're keeping them on teacher contracts, and we'll pay them the applicable stipend. So we looked at what that ESSER duties would take them into on the AE schedule, looked at their salary today, what that would be, and that's the difference in the stipend amount. You'll see one on the third one from the bottom, ESSER Student Learning Facilitator Secondary. There's already one of those people that's on the AE schedule. That's what the asterisk is for. So there'll only be 2 people earning that stipend, but it saves the district considerable money. So this is what the district is coming, administration, excuse me, is coming to. Any question on ESSER before I move to this?
Yeah, Mr. Miller, I have a two-part question.
Okay.
Number one is a coach and a UIL coordinator is evaluated every year on their performance and their stipend. I understand these are a 3-year stipend, and this question was brought up during our HR meeting. How are they going to be evaluated year 1 to year 2 and year 3 to make sure that their stipend, or that they're meeting the needs to deserve that stipend?
Okay. So as I talked with the administration, if there's performance issues, they'll be put on a performance improvement plan if that's necessary. And as far as the stipend, as long as they're making satisfactory progress, they'll keep that stipend.
Okay. Second question is, every single person that's getting the stipend understands that in 3 years, that stipend will not be available.
Yes, that is correct.
Unless there's grants added or something, so they all understand that.
Yes, that is
So in
correct.
3 years, we're not bad guys when we take the stipend away because the money doesn't exist.
That's correct.
So
So
you're doing a really good job of making sure that it's not going to be the board that's taking the stipends away from them. It's that it's a 3-year thing, and we don't have money for that.
That's correct. So once this ESSER stipend is approved tonight, if it's approved, HR will be putting it, formalizing that in letter, so each person will get that. But they've already been told, and it's in the job description of the job posting, beg your pardon, of the ESSER job itself.
And they understand that it doesn't come out of our line item. It's not our budget. It's because we have the ESSER funds that we're able to have these stipends available.
That's correct.
Just want to make it perfectly clear, because what I don't want is 3 years from now, they come back and say, look, they took all the money away, they're putting it in this, or they're doing that. And I just want them to understand that there's enough money for batteries so that Jake doesn't have to be changing my microphone after every session.
What if you're not here in 3 years?
I might not be here in 3 years. True.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Trustee Suarez?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Move
Any
to
other
approve.
thoughts?
Mr. President, I'd like to move on to the SPED. I got one more page here. real quick.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So on SPED, there is a proposed addition of counselor stipend of $1,500 to $5,500 for one counselor position, and also a strategist at the same range, $1,500 to $5,500. These are new positions. New stipends, excuse me, I'm sorry. For RSD. Did I say SPED? I'm sorry, I apologize, it's RSD. Any questions? That's all.
Any
sir.
questions or comments?
Move to approve. Oh, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
it's been moved by trustee Aliceta. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Suarez. Any other comments? Do you have a comment, trustee Suarez? I thought you were going to ask a question.
No, my question was second on Mrs. Alicetta's approval.
All right, on their motion, okay. No further discussion, then I'll proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. We'll now proceed to, 14C1 and 14C2 have already been addressed by the board. We'll go to 14D1, approval of the McAllen Independent School District July budget amendment for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration recommends approval of the July 2021 budget amendment for the 21-22 fiscal year. And again, we are requesting action on this item.
So move.
Second.
Moved by trustee Suarez, seconded by trustee Fonina. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. We go to 14D2, approval of the resolution adopting an authorized broker-dealer list. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. The Public Funds Investment Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 2256 governs local government investment and requires the governing body or its designation investment committee no less than annually to review, revise, and adopt a list of qualified broker/dealers authorized to engage in investment transactions. We are requesting action on this item.
So move.
Motion by trustee Suarez, seconded by trustee Fonina. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to.
One question.
Yes, sir, trustee Vella.
Ms. Richards, is there anybody new on this list?
Yes. That is the broker-dealer list, and there are no changes from the prior year.
All right, thank you.
Good question. Any other questions? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. 14D3, approval of the resolution approving independent source for investment, training, and designation of investment officer. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. The resolution lists the independent sources who provide investment training sessions related to investment responsibilities. Additionally, the resolution names Cynthia Medrano Richards, Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, Adele Felix, Chief Financial Officer, Iris Luna, Director of Accounting, and Dinira Diaz, our Coordinator for Accounting, as the district's investment officers, and we are recommending action on this item.
So move.
Moved by trustee Suarez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Aliceda. Any discussion, any questions? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, the motion carries. We now proceed to 14E, Board of Trustee items. For E1, approval of travel for Board of Trustees. This is the board's plan to attend the TASA, Texas Association of School Administrators, the Texas Association of School Boards Convention in Dallas, Texas, which is September 24th to the 26th, 2021. Administration is recommending action on this item. The reason I'm reading it's in blue, which normally means the board president reads it. So moved by trustee Forina. Do I have a second?
I'll second that
Second by
motion.
trustee Suarez. Any discussion?
Who else going?
Who's planning to go?
I'm planning on going.
I think Mrs. Natalie, wasn't somebody else planning? Trustee Alvarado was planning to go. Is anybody else planning to go? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. We now proceed to 14E2, appointment of board member to serve as a delegate and an alternate at the annual Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly meeting.
I move we appoint Tony Farina and Conrado Ito Alvarado, in whatever order they decide. They can flip a coin.
You mean you're not going to nominate me?
No, you're not going.
Okay, good question.
Fair enough. We have a motion by trustee Vela that they will decide.
I'll second that motion.
And it's been seconded by trustee Suarez.
I get delirious after 9 o'clock.
All right. Any discussion or questions or comments?
No.
Wow.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. 6-0, motion carries.
You need a Snickers?
Approval, 14E3, approval of the Board of Education meeting minutes. As you can see, they're listed there. These are our minutes. They were sent to us earlier. If we're prepared, I need a motion.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
trustee Aliceda, seconded by trustee Suarez. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-0. Schedule of future meetings, 15A. I want to need a motion on this too, by the way. Board workshop, team building, Monday, August 16th, 2021. It's at 4:30 PM, and it's going to be at the administration building. This is 3-hour required team building for board members. And it has been confirmed today with Dr. Solis that she will be available from Region 1. 15B, regular board meeting, Monday, August the 30th, 2021. It'll be here at the Chief Early College High School, Lincoln location. 14C, regular board meeting, Monday, September 13th, 2020, 5 PM, here at this location, Chief Early College High School, Lincoln. 15D, regular board meeting, Monday, September 27th, 2021, 5 PM, again here at Chief Early College High School, Lincoln. And then 15E, special board meeting, joint meeting between the Board of Trustees of McAllen Independent School District and the City of McAllen. This is scheduled for Thursday, still tentative, September 30th, 2021, at 5:30, to be determined. And the reason that is, we did get notified from the city today. They want to know what our agenda items are. And
We'll let them know on the
so
30th.
I had one that I told them I was interested in talking about, and it has to deal with the Morris location. For us to discuss what that MOU was and how can we go about working out a plan between the two of us. It may be different from what was originally agreed. I don't know. That's subject to conversation, obviously, by the board. But to get us moving on that. That's the only item I could think of. Does anybody else have another, either right now or between now and our next meeting on the 30th, please let us know so we can finalize.
In reference to that Morris item, is there a way that those of us that weren't on the board at the time can get a copy of it, just so that we can?
It's in SharePoint.
It's in SharePoint?
Yes.
Okay,
Trustee Alicea was able to locate it, and it's in SharePoint.
thank you.
Start, I was going to look at it today, and I ran out of time.
Move to approve?
Thank you, sir. Trustee Farina, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Alicea. Any discussion of the schedule? Is everybody okay with the calendars, or can we get? Perfect. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0, motion carries. Closed session, open, none, adjourned. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Farina, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Petty.
Thanks for coming.
All in
finally
favor
got a
signify by
second.
saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, 6-0. Meeting's adjourned at 9:41 PM.
I give Mark.